You're listening to CFRN, a community of believers who trade for a living. To learn more about who we are, what we do, and how we do it, call toll-free 1-866-928-3310, and we'll send you out a no-obligation information kit absolutely free. 866-928-3310. The CFRN Emini Futures Cast is now on Stitcher. Listen to us on your iPhone, Android phones, BlackBerry, and WebOS phones. Stitcher is smart radio for your phone. Find it in your app store or at Stitcher.com. Stitcher Smart Radio, the smarter way to listen to radio.
Are you ready, Steve? Andy? Yeah! Bert? Well, all right, fellas. Let's go!
You're listening to CFRN, the Christian Financial Radio Network.
Today's broadcast is brought to you by Audible. Get a free audiobook download at www.audibletrial.com/CFRN. Over 85,000 titles. Choose from mystery, romance, religion, science, technology, business, New York Times bestsellers, even children's books. You name it, Audible has it. With 85,000 titles to choose from, you're sure to find the perfect audiobook for yourself or to give as a gift, and it's absolutely free. Just point your browser to audibletrial.com/CFRN. That's audibletrial.com/CFRN. And become a part of the audiobook revolution by downloading your free audiobook today. audibletrial.com/CFRN.
Hey, trader, want to get rich quick? Well, good luck with that. If, on the other hand, you actually want to learn how to trade, the place to be is www.cfrn.net. Tune in Monday through Friday, 9 a.m. Eastern for our daily devotional, and then spend the next 3 hours learning how it's done from professional traders who actually trade for a living. That's www.cfrn.net. Every trading day from 9 a.m. to 1 p.m. Eastern. CFRN, a community of believers who trade for a living.
Good afternoon, traders, and welcome back to the CFRN Emini Futures Cast. This is the daily broadcast of Indeterminate Length, where we discuss all things Emini, along with some really big ideas on the finer points of trading gold, bonds, crude, sugar, the euro, and even T-bills. Joining us today from our studios in Boston, Mr. Michael Borth. From our trading desk in Chicago, Mr. Burton Schlichter. Now, to get things started, let's go to our host and founder in Studio A, overlooking South Mountain, America's largest city park. Here's Dwayne.
Good afternoon. Welcome back. Today's Wednesday, 8th day of January, 2020. Today our hearts are heavy for the passengers of that Boeing 737. And our hearts are thankful that we have a president in the Oval Office determined to show the world that America is still America. I've always been proud to be an American, but I've never been more proud than I am today. I'm sure many of you watched the president's remarks just a few minutes ago. You and I have watched history unfold in a way that it never has before. In particular, you and I have watched a man become a president. Father, we pray that you would keep your watchful eye and your hand upon our country in these troubled times. And God, we pray that you would guide and direct our president as he shoulders a very heavy burden today. Guide him, direct him, give him wisdom, God. Let every decision that he makes in this dark hour be directed by you and you alone. In Jesus' name we pray. Amen. All right, guys, welcome to the show. If you can't see the screen I have up, you can go to our homepage at CFRN.net. On the right-hand side of the page, click the big microphone. Follow the instructions. You'll be registered in about 30 seconds. And that will give you one-click access to the show each and every day. There will be days you're out of the office, away from the desktop. Not to worry. Point any, that's easy for you to say, point any internet-connected browser to a number of places. The simplest of all, CFRN.net/live. We also stream live now on Twitter, on our Facebook business page, and we've streamed live on YouTube now for a number of years. If you ever have difficulty connecting to the live stream, call 949-42-EMINI. That's 949-423-6464. And Valerie will do her best to get you online. Okay? Now, the first set of instructions I gave, go to the home page, CFRN.net, click the big microphone on the right-hand side of the page. That's the one you want to use if you want to participate in the discussion. Each one of the various platforms that we stream on, they all have their own chat box, but I can't monitor them all at one time and talk and chew gum. So use the one that you access from the homepage. And we encourage you to participate in the discussion. Any questions that you have, put them in the chat box. We're always happy to answer them. No one sees what you type except myself, Michael, Valerie. Even the other hosts don't have access to the chat box. It's just us, the big three. Myself, Michael, Valerie. So, don't hesitate. Perhaps you're a little new to the markets and maybe you feel that your question is too basic. Like, what is a candle? Why do they call it a candle? That's okay. Everyone has to start somewhere, and it's never too late to get started. So if you have questions, type them in there. On busy days, there'll be lots of comments and questions in the chat box. So if a few minutes go by and you have not received a response, just copy and paste it right back into the box. No one will get upset, but it will get you an answer to your question. Okay? All right. Michael's got an appointment, and let me give you the numbers real quick from around the world, and then we'll go to him, and he'll recap everything from the live training room. Fresh data. Here we go. All right. Currently, now this is a big turnaround. We'll talk about all of that throughout today's show. The Dow currently up 192 points, NASDAQ up 60, S&P 500 up 20, Russell 2000 up 7. In the commodity basket, crude oil is down $2.67, trading 60.03 last. That's a drop of 4.25%. Gold, after the Impressive rally last night, down $14.30, trading 1560 last. That's a drop of almost 1%. In the Asian markets, at the close, Nikkei posted a loss of 370 points. Shanghai dropped 37. Hang Seng down 234. And in the European markets at the close, the FTSE posted a gain of 1 point. The DAX was up 93. The CAC was up 18. That gives us a red day in Asia, a green day in the UK, and it's a big green Radio Wednesday here in the US of A. Let's go to Michael, get that recap. When I come back, we'll talk with John, and we'll look at all of the alerts from last night, both Concierge and Logic. Michael, if you're ready, take it away.
Okay, I am ready. Bring this out to this side. Here we go.
Alrighty. There we go, locked and loaded. It's all yours.
Okay. Here we go. Let me bring up the other sheet first. This one. Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. Today is Wednesday, the 8th day of January, 2020. If you've not taken a free trial with us, go to the home page over here at CFRN.net. In the right-hand column, it says apply.cfrn.net. Click on that, and you'll be brought to this page, where all we ask for on this page is your name, your email, and your phone number. You can also tell us your biggest trading challenge so we can tailor one-on-one training specifically for you. Hit the send button, and you'll be sent to confirmation link. You must click on a confirmation link, okay? If you don't do that, we don't know that you took the free trial. All right, the spreadsheet. If you're going to read the spreadsheet, you got to read all the CFTC risk disclosures down at the bottom. Now, we had technical difficulties for about probably the first, I want to say the first 35, 40 minutes this morning. Once we get that all straightened out, everything was working just fine today. But we only got a few trades in. Today we made 10 ticks on the euro and 10 ticks on crude. Now, there were a bunch of trades, and I'll go over that with you in just a minute. But on the day, we were up 162.5. Today, it took 67 minutes and 3 trades to get to the goal for the day. At that point, we're up $100 a contract. So on the month now, we're at 428.75. And on the year, well, obviously the same thing, 428.75. Okay, let me pop that down there, and we'll get into all these other things. There's just one thing I was just looking at when Dwayne passed it over to me. I was looking at options, January 15th options. Bert was thinking there was going to be a lot of fluff in them because of the volatility that we have. And I would be looking for, what did I say? January 15th. Did I think? Yeah, crude oil. Okay. Yeah, I see what I'm doing wrong. Throwing myself off here. I'm still throwing myself off. Did I put the right symbol in? Oh. Yeah, I did. I'm going to move to the side for right now. I'll get around to that in a minute. 60.20. I think it's... My strike prices are upside down. There's something wrong with that. So I'll get into that later. All right, on gold today. There was a lot of movement, and we anticipated there would be. We got 2 break-even trades on gold. And then you can see during the break, and as we approached the break, there was just a lot of movement. The president was speaking when all this was going on. But I had been relieved because, well, I'm not feeling so good. But we started out, and all the drawing objects that I had on in the first half hour, pretty much gone. We did get some trade opportunities here in this first half hour. Then this is one of the break evens I took, another one of the break evens I took. Then it changed directions and it gave a long opportunity from right here that went sideways, eventually got up, but it would have been break even for me. There was a shorting opportunity here that I missed, and there that I missed, and there that I missed. Then it switched directions, and right about here is where I ended for the morning. And it there was a long opportunity there, and another one there, and another one there. Then it changed directions, and it gave a short there, and changed directions again, and it gave a long there, and a long right here, and one more right here, and actually one more right here. So there was a lot of movement on gold during the break. Okay, look at all these legs down right here. Sadly, in this big leg, there was only one trade set up, which was right there. Then it changed directions. I wouldn't have done that. Came back down. There was a short right there, then another one right there, then another one right there. Then it pulled up, and it gave another opportunity right there, then another one right there. Then I wouldn't have done that one. Cycle's going up too steep. And look at all that movement. Man. Okay, the slingshot was pretty messed up all through here. So I'm not going to go through those. But you see when we have good separation between the green line and the cycle down in here, that's the good stuff right there. Okay. Let's see. Hang on. I just wanted to see who all is in here right now. Okay, all right. I'm still doing gold. There was so much movement in here. Okay, thanks, appreciate it. There was so much movement in here that, you know, when you see good separation down here, that's when you start looking for trades up there. Okay. But that was gold. On the euro, we just did this one trade right here. Picked up 10 ticks on that. I wanted to see a lower swing. Once there was a lower swing, we had not really anything right here because we're going into the low of the day at the time. And then this is during the break. It's trying to give a long trade right here for the break, but we ended up with 10 ticks there. Now, crude. You know, we had just the one trade on crude. There was a lot of movement on crude too during the break here, especially. If I back it out, then I don't have to scroll as much. But this was, well, hang on. Let me go even further. We got a ton of movement from the crude inventories, and the number for this week is 6286 is the number for this coming week. That's what I was looking at the options for to show you. I expect price to get back up to 6286. But hang on, let me keep going here. All right. So we started out the day, and all my drawing objects got erased when I had to restart. And there was one shorting opportunity right here that some of the guys got, and then they went one step further and got their goal right in there. I didn't do anything with that. Then gold ran up, moved over sideways. Crude, I'm sorry, ran down. This was on the crude inventories. Ran down pretty huge. Then it went sideways, and this is all in a minute. Okay, then we get into the next minute, and then I waited about 5 minutes. And I took the next one here, and I took 10 ticks off of that one. And that was all that I did during the morning session, but that's not all that there was. Okay. Over here was a shorting opportunity. Here was a shorting opportunity. I missed both of those. That was right at the end of my morning session, right in there. And as I said, during the break, there was a lot of movement here. A short there, a short there, a short there. Looking at the slingshot to see if it agrees with any of these moves. There's one right here. Another one over here off the BBC, actually, right there. Long trade right in here somewhere. It looks like, yeah, would have been right in there. And that was it for the crude oil. So there was a ton of opportunity today. Okay. And the ES really moved while the president was speaking too. Just scrolling back here. Okay. This is where it all started, right down here at the weekly trading zone. Moved up to the next zone and got above that zone. Came back down through it. And I wasn't marking anything up here because, well, this one I was calling was probably going to be a shorting opportunity. We wanted to see it put in a lower swing. It did put in barely a lower swing. That was it. And then it was just in and out of the weekly trading zone the rest of the morning session. It finally broke out of it here. And I don't know how much of this was the high of the day right here. But let's see if we had anything in here. There was a long trade right there. A long trade. Well, there's a long trade right there. And nothing. And that was it. So it pretty much flattened out after all that movement. So let me go back to the spreadsheet right quick. And show you today. If you're going to read the spreadsheet, you read all the CFTC risk disclosures down at the bottom. Today, as I said, is the 8th day of January, 2020. Gonna be 10 ticks in the euro and 10 ticks in crude. That put us plus 162.50. Today it took 67 minutes and 3 trades to get to $100 a contract, and we took a total of 4 trades. On the month and on the year now, we're at $428.75. Okay. All right. To take a free trial with us, if you haven't taken a free trial with us, go to the homepage at CFRN.net. Right over here in the right-hand column, it says 5-day free trial, apply.cfrn.net. If you click on that, you'll be brought here to eminitradingschool.com. At this place, all we ask for is your name, your email, and your phone number. You can you can tell us the biggest trading challenge so we can tailor one-on-one training specifically for you. Then you hit the send button. You'll be sent a confirmation link. You must click on the confirmation link. Okay, if you don't click that link, we don't know that you took a free trial. All right. And that's going to do it for me. With that, you can pass it back out to Fabulous. Oh, wait, let me just look at one more thing with you. Yeah. So we're trading at 60.14. 60.14. And these strike prices are messed up. You see, because these prices should be going up, not down. So they got the calls and puts backwards. That's just weird. I've never seen that before. Anyway, doesn't matter right now. Well, it actually does, because I think it's going to get back up to 62.86. So I'd want to be buying some calls, but the interface looks wrong. So I'm not going to do anything right now. I am actually. I'm going to go to the doctor. And with that, we can pass it back out to fabulous Phoenix, Arizona, Studio A, overlooking South Mountain, America's largest city park. Dwayne, if you are ready, you can take the charts. Dang. E, F, G, H, I, J, K. Yeah, John's not in yet. Let me close that options window and open a new one up. See, because those numbers are reversed. Trading options chain window. Let's see, we'll bring it over here. Drop it. Okay, I did. But hang on a sec. Let me just see if this is going to come up. Calls and puts. We'll do the 15th. Yeah, see, it's still not right. Anyway, okay. Well, you can take it back now if you want to. And do just calls. And they're backwards. Okay. Okay.
Hopefully. All right, let me just show the screen. All right.
Here it is.
All right, buddy. Listen, I hope you feel better. Keep me posted.
Okay. Me too. Me too. I'll let you know if they give me any information today. I'll let you know.
All right.
But all right.
All right.
Thanks.
Okay.
And we'll see you tomorrow.
All right, my friend. Okie doke. Guys, Michael's a little under the weather. I don't know if he told you or not, but keep him in your prayers. And we serve a God of miracles, so it's done. All right, let's take a look at the daily chart. S&P 500. There's the 30. Let's start with the daily. All right, let's walk through this. Some days back, we put up a bigger picture. Look at the market. We triggered the entry, which was 32.24. Now, when we do alerts, when we do this type of projection, it's a little different than what you'll see maybe in other places. Typically with alerts in the markets, you got an entry, you got a target, and that's it. Because of the nature of the alerts themselves, in particular the entries, you'll hear me say this again and again. Those of you that have been around for a while, you're tired of hearing it, but I have to say it for the benefit of new people. Important prices, important areas are almost always tested. If you never become a CFRN partner or passport holder, never trade with us, take that little nugget right there, carry it with you, and don't forget it, because it's really important, okay? Important prices, important areas are almost always tested. Now, you might say, well, gee, how do I know if it's an important price, important area? Well, if you're part of the CFRN family of traders, I'll tell you, over time, you'll learn to spot them yourself. So we triggered, ran at the initial target, got back above the entry. So this is daily chart. Back to the target, okay? And then in the same day, back above the trigger, hit the target again, back above the trigger. This time we made it to where we blew through the second target. We put in a swing low, 31.81. We're not done yet, okay? So what is it, 1, 2, 3, it's like 4 triggers on the daily chart. Now, this target here, okay, from the initial entry to the third target, that will be 60 points when it happens. But it will. May not happen today, may not happen tomorrow, may not happen this week. Right here, this swing high on the daily, 31.59.75. Okay, that number put an end to a new all-time historic high. Pullback. Doesn't matter what methodology or strategy you use. Of course, you're familiar with pullbacks. We then come up, we take out that all-time historic high. Market hands us a nice leg, Now we're doing some high-level consolidation at the top. Something that's important to understand, especially for anyone who may be new, what you see Michael doing in the morning in the live training room, that's on a range chart, a 4-tick range chart. Now there's a difference between a 4-tick chart and a 4-tick range chart. A 4-tick chart is just obviously, it's too fast to even trade. You're getting a new candle. No, I won't even go into it. I think you got it. A range chart, every candle is exactly 4 ticks tall. I'll show you one of those here in a bit. I want to finish up with the daily chart. Okay. And for those of you that were in the training room, right at the end, I had an opportunity to show you all that goes on inside of a 30-minute candle. Apply that same thing to this daily chart. Okay. An awful lot goes on inside of a daily candle. So we trigger, we trigger, we trigger. We've made it to the second target. This next run was a very high probability on the next run that we'll find this important price, important area right here. This is the S&P. It pays $50 a point. There's 4 ticks to a point. Each tick pays $12.50. 1 point, $50 times 60. So this move, once completed, there's many moves inside of this bigger picture framework. 60 points at $50 a point is $3,000 per contract traded. The cost to trade one S&P 500 E-mini contract during the day session is $500. That's the margin with most brokers. You may have one that charges less, and you may be with somebody that charges more. That's sort of an industry standard. Overnight margins, due to the current volatility, and it's been this way now for a while, $1,000. If you're going to hold an S&P, or if you're going to put on a trade during the evening session, during blowbacks, it's 1,000 versus 500. If you're going to hold a contract open multiple days, now we're talking 6,000 and change. Okay? So to stay in this type of a trade, multiple days, to trade 10 contracts, we're talking, call it 70 grand. Okay? Now, if you're a new trader, if you're just getting started, I don't care how much money you have, you should not be trading that many contracts, and you certainly shouldn't be risking that kind of money, because the market will just gobble it up. Okay? If you're new with us, if you've read through the 2420 blueprint, that's your study guide. Okay? Purpose of the blueprint is to help a new trader go from 1 to 20 contracts over a period of 24 months. Now, that's the minimum amount of time. That would be in a perfect world. And if you ever find that perfect world, please send me the address. I'd like to visit it too. If you never got sick, never had to go to the dentist, and never hit a rough patch, you could get there in 24 months following the blueprint. Now, the blueprint employs aggressive risk management, as does our core methodology. As you know, in the live training room, we risk 8 ticks on every trade. Reason for that, in the beginning, we want you focused on learning the setup itself. And that's another reason that we use that range chart. It's certainly not as fast as a 4-tick chart, but it gives Michael the ability to show you multiple trade setups across multiple markets every day during the 2-hour session. If we were using a 30-minute chart as an example in the live training room, you might see 1 or 2 setups a day. That would, add a lot of time to your learning curve. What we want to do is we want to shorten the learning curve. Everything that you see in the room in the morning on that range chart, that core methodology that you're learning to spot the setup, how to execute, how to manage, how to protect your backside, always using a hard stop. As I go through this recap of our trade alerts from last night, I'll be using, as I always do, the 30-minute chart, and it's going to look different. You're going to scratch your head and go, well, wait a minute. That's not what that guy was doing this morning in the room, but it is, okay? It will take you time to get comfortable using multiple time frames. Michael doesn't even cover the multiple time frame aspect in the training room because, again, he's just teaching you the setup, okay? And we use the same setup on every market. In fact, everything we do is fluid across all markets and across all time frames. So it's very, very important that you learn the core methodology, that you learn the setup that we use over and over. Then it opens up a whole new world. Some people wonder, well, gee, this guy's got 4 markets up at the same time, or 5 markets. I'm brand new. How in the world am I supposed to watch that many markets at one time? Well, number one, we don't expect you to. Okay? We don't expect you to. But you will learn to if you choose, because we use the same method on every market, every time frame. It's the same trade setup over and over and over. Repetition, repetition, repetition. At some point, you'll go, hey, wait a minute, this guy is doing the same thing over and over and over. You're probably close to being ready to go live. Now, with all of our students, we want to see you put together 10 consecutive days in a row where you reach your goal in 10 trades or less before you go live. Once you accomplish that, the 24/20 blueprint will give you the green light to go live with 1 contract. Your goal then becomes to increase your account balance by $2,000 before you add a second contract. In doing so, what you're doing is you're getting some time and experience under your belt, but you're adding that second contract, not with savings, not with the IRA or the 401k or anything else. You're adding that second contract with profit you earned in the market, and that's a real game changer. That first contract, that's got to come from somewhere. Your savings, under the mattress, the cookie jar, and wherever you stash your cash. But after the first one, the second, the third, the fifth, however large you decide to grow your trading business, you're always adding the next contract, the additional contract, with profit you earned in the market. That's what makes you a trader. Not having money in an account somewhere, but having profit that you earned in the market enables you to add a second contract. Okay, so here's where we stand on the daily. Now let's jump to that 30-minute. Or let me give you the, hang on. Valerie just sent me a recap. Here we go. We are in week 75 of Logic 247. We have 2 different alert services. Why do you need 2? One is based on current price behavior. One is based on previous price behavior. Either one of them can be used independently, but when both of them are pointing at the same important price, important area, that's where you'll find your highest probability, lowest risk trade setup. Okay? So again, we are in week 75. So far this week, we have issued 34 total alerts. We start Sunday night, 6 p.m. Eastern. One of those 34 never triggered. 5 are waiting. And so far this week, uh, 11% of actionable alerts have been stopped out. 34 total. One never triggered, that leaves 33. 5 waiting, that takes us down to 28. So it doesn't show here, or does it? Yeah, it's 3. So 11%. Now, last week I think we had 0%, but that was a very unusual week. Over the last quarter, with Logic 247, we've averaged over the last quarter, I think it was 14% stopped out. Over the past year, 20%. So that's where your thoughts should be. On average, with Logic 247, 20% of actionable alerts will be stopped out. Now let's just run real quick through those trades from this week. Again, we start Sunday night, 6 p.m. We trade through the night. We keep the pedal to the metal till Friday afternoon at 5 p.m. Eastern. Okay. Now last week, partially because of a holiday, but mostly because there just wasn't the opportunity, we only had 18 total alerts the entire week. Again, it was a 4-day week. 18 total alerts, 0 stopped out. That's unusual. That's not a normal week, so keep that in mind. Which brings us to week 75 this week. And the thumbs up, price found the target. The alert made it to the target. Okay. A red X means it got stopped out. So these are the markets we trade. These are the actual alerts that went out to all of our passport holders and anyone on a trial since Sunday night. S&P, S&P short, S&P long. Can you do that? You can. That's the beautiful thing about futures. You can be long, you can be short in the same session, in the same hour. If your background is buy and hold with equities, welcome to the world of futures. Okay. Here's the Dow, the Russell, the NQ. There's one never triggered. Here's the Dow. This one, NQ, was stopped out. S&P, Dow, crude oil, gold, S&P. This brings us up to yesterday. Had a duplicate in there. Here's the S&P, the Dow, the Russell, NQ, crude oil, S&P, Dow, NQ stopped out, crude, NQ, S&P, gold, Dow, and then this brings us into a patch of the ones that are waiting. Crude oil and crude oil. Okay, that's Logic 247. Those are the alerts that are based on current price action. Now the ones I'm going to show you, the Concierge Trade Alerts, those are based on previous price behavior. If you'd like to grab a screenshot, I'm going to drag it up to the big screen there, so you can do that if you would like. Here we go. Okay. Typically, the Concierge Trade Alerts will come out shortly after the Globex Open, which is 6 p.m. Eastern. Because of what happened last night, I decided to hold off, let the dust settle. So it was 1:15 a.m. that the alerts went out today. Monday night they went out at 7 p.m. Eastern. Sunday night they went out at 7:15 p.m. Eastern. So here we are, 1:15 a.m. Let's go to the 30-minute chart. And I assume you had time to get a screenshot, but if not, there it is again. It's the same 8 markets every night, has been for years. Okay. And these are always available for public inspection anytime you want to take a look at our alerts. Just get a hold of Valerie, 949-42-EMINI. If you're on the trial, you have full unfettered access to them during the length of your trial. Okay, S&P, 30-minute. These are last week's zones. When John comes on today, if he's able to make it on today, while he's talking, I will bring out this week's weekly trading zones. Partners and passport holders get the zones Monday morning, 6:15 a.m. Eastern. We've published the zones since December 14th of 2009. We just had a 10-year anniversary. I share the zones with the entire audience, even if you're not a member. I share them with the whole audience every Thursday because they're beneficial Thursday night, Friday, Sunday night. Well, here we are, Wednesday of the new week. These are last week's zones, and look where price has been for the last hour plus, right at a weekly trading zone from last week. Okay. All right. Last night on the S&P, we said to consider being long 32.26. And here's 32.26. I'm going to have to move that down. I want to put an arrow in because the alerts didn't go out until 1:15 a.m. Eastern. So that's going to be, okay, right here. This is the 1 a.m. Eastern candle. The alerts went out at 1:15, so it was during the life of this 30-minute candle that our partners got the report. The Logic 247, those are dynamic, published in real time in the Telegram, in the private Telegram channel. The Concierge is a static report. Again, it comes out typically right after the Globex open. Those numbers are good for the entire session. All right, let's see if we can get a straight line here. Okay. 32.26. There we are. Okay. Now, I'm going to go ahead and mark this chart up. The rest of them we'll go through each one. But I'm not going to spend as much time on all of them as I will on this one. I'll just explain a couple things, and then you'll know that they apply to each one of the alerts, each one of the markets. Again, this is the S&P 500 on a 30-minute. Our traders got the alert during this candle to be long 32.26. The zone overhead at 32.31. That's a 5-point move. If you've been at this for any length of time, you've heard that the secret sauce is if a person can learn how to take a couple points a day out of the market with the S&P because it's so liquid. That's all you need. And frankly, it really is all you need. Unfortunately, as you visit around these different places on the internet, the different forums and chat channels and things of that nature, everyone nods their head and agrees, well, yeah, that would be cool. But that's where the conversation usually dies. Usually those threads end with, is anybody actually doing it? Well, I have good news. There are people doing it. Okay? If you take our trial, you'll be hanging out in the room or in the Telegram channel with people who are doing it. You can watch any of our radio shows going back years. We do a recap just like I'm doing right now, each and every day. We're very transparent with all that we do. So from 32.26, if you were just looking for your couple points, well, they were there. Then we ran up to the zone overhead. When we hit a zone, that's an important price, important area. One of three things will happen. Consolidation, which is this. Rejection, which is this. The only other thing that can happen is what we call the slice, and that's this, when we just slice through a zone like it's not even there. I'll go into more detail on the slice a little bit later in the show. We consolidate at the zone overhead, 5-point move. If the market supports it, in other words, if the wind is at your back, if the momentum is with you, not the force, but the momentum, you can stay long that trade to the zone overhead. When you get to the zone overhead, what do you expect? Consolidation. That's the most likely thing to happen, time after time after time. Which takes us to the next zone, which takes us to the next zone, where we are happily consolidating at 32.58/59. Now the indicator that I'm going to put on is the very same one that Michael uses in the room. The only difference is the time frame and the amount of risk that's required to trade that chart. On a 4-tick range chart, we're able to minimize the risks to 8 ticks every trade, every market. Okay. On a 30-minute chart, that requires more risk. We don't recommend risking, even on a 30-minute chart, we don't recommend risking more than $300 per contract, per trade, to determine if your narrative is applicable. The market is going to do one of two things. Yeah, it can consolidate, but let's face it, it's either going to go down, it's going to go up. It sounds very elementary, but that's the truth about markets. They're really not as complicated as everyone makes them out to be. Trading's not easy. Never has been, never will be. But it can be simple. This is what we call a bearish cross. The red line gets below the green line. What does that mean? It means we anticipate lower prices. This is a bullish cross. The blue line gets above the green line. We anticipate higher prices. How's that for simple? Pretty simple, right? Okay. So from 32.26, as long as price is above that green line, which we call the BBC, right? Self-explanatory, bull-bear cross. When price is above it, we're bullish. When price is below it, we're bearish. Price gets above it, you can stay long until you get a bearish cross. There's also a little thing called the exit signal that I'll teach you, which would take you out of this trade right here. From 32.26, the exit signal on this move was 32.40. So that's 14 points. Alexa, 14 times 50.
14 times 50 is 700.
Okay. So a $700 per contract move if you waited for the exit signal. If you've earned the right to trade 10 contracts, it's a $7,000 move. But you must earn the right, otherwise you're just going to throw your money away. I promise you. Been there, done that, got the t-shirt. Okay? Do you have to exit at the exit signal? No, you don't have to. This is discretionary trading, so you can really do whatever you want. Most traders find it a good idea to exit at the exit signal. But really, it's not until, if you're in a long move, it's really not until you get the bearish cross that you have to exit. I mean, it's crazy to stay in beyond that, but you get the idea. Robert asked, do you use a 1-point stop? No, we don't use a 1-point stop, Robert. I don't know how long it's been. And your next question, so stops can be set at 300. I teach my traders a 3-step methodology for establishing the stop loss. Okay. In the training room, we use an 8-tick hard stop. That's just for simplicity's sake, so that you can learn the methodology. If you become one of our traders, then I'm going to teach you how to use market structure to determine where the stop loss should be. Some trades will require less than 300. The most we recommend risking is 300. Because if you have to risk more than 300 to find out if you're on the right side of the market, then you should just wait for the next trigger or the next alert. Okay? Does that answer your question? Okay. All right, if you have any other questions, don't hesitate. Just type them in the box there. I'll be happy to answer them for you. Fred, I see your question. How do you recommend trading the alert? Simply put in OCO orders. Order cancels order. No. But you and I believe, have a mentoring session this afternoon. I'll go over that in detail with you. Okay? My phone just jingled, so I believe that's going to be John. Let me open up his mic. As soon as I finish talking with John, guys, as soon as we finish talking with John, I'll finish up the recap. We'll go through the rest of the markets and the rest of the alerts. John, I'm coming to your mic now.
Thank you. Hi, how are you?
Welcome to the show.
Thank you. Thanks very much. Great to be here. There's a couple of bull markets around that are just defying the laws of gravity right now. That big pullback last night is a little bit hard to buy, but you know, these signals I'm developing caught both the down and the up almost perfectly, actually.
Good job.
And and you know, when you get I mean, this was kind of like a mini version of the post-win, the election night win of Trump. I mean, it was, you know, in the way that the market went down very sharply on this news, and then literally turned and recovered. Not just recovered, but thanks to Trump's outstanding delivery this morning. A pretty cool entrance, by the way, coming out of a little bit like the election night. Oh no, the convention night. Remember when he came out? Right, we are the champions. You know, when he came out on the election, sorry, the convention night, and then kind of just did a repeat today with all the generals around him. I think it was very well orchestrated, but almost couldn't have done it better. You know, couldn't have really. He laid it all out. Was pretty hard hitting to begin with, kind of eased up and throughout the olive branch. You know, after all, the hand wringing, you know, this has been a constant feature with this president. The Democrats, you know, oh my God, this and that, is he going to get us in a war and all the rest of it? You know, he's handled this thing very deftly indeed. And I
mean, there was no bluster, nothing. He came out, he stated the truth. He had a look on his face I've never really seen before, and there was a little bit of something in his voice I've not heard. Yeah,
he was a little bit emotional this morning. You know, I wouldn't be surprised. Look, he's probably been under a fair bit of pressure here in the last few days.
I can't even imagine.
And and I think that came through a little bit, possibly even from a health standpoint. You know, he made one word one or two words got a bit,
I
lost
noticed
in
that.
translation. That wasn't very good. But after that, there was only just one brief stumble. I mean, listen, this guy doesn't stumble very often. I mean, he's one of the greatest orators of all time, and he's got a way of delivering that like nobody. But it's kind of interesting, especially being on Twitter. You're almost like waiting for the next tweet, and he's been pretty mild on the tweets here since all this serious stuff happened. Possibly a whole new, this national security guy, I think, is outstanding. He's obviously got a very good synergy with this guy. I don't think he had it with Bolton. He's gradually getting people around him that he feels very comfortable with. I think he's got a terrific relationship with Espy in a very short period of time. Obviously, he's getting very well advised. Things are being executed flawlessly, almost exquisitely. And, when you look at the Baghdadi deal and then you look at this thing and how well it was done, how the timing had to be literally split second in order to achieve it, possibly in both instances. I mean, these are just spectacular accomplishments that could have gone wrong, could have gone badly wrong in all, but they didn't. They were brilliantly executed. And even I wouldn't be surprised if they got a heads up that this thing was going to happen yesterday, and whatever they did with the troops, they were potentially out of harm's way, and including the Iraqis. That was a big deal in of itself. The only unfortunate thing was this airplane, which regrettably doesn't look very good. Might have got caught in the crossfire or something, or was deliberately taken down by a hardliner. There's still Iranians out there who are mad over the accidental shoot down of an Iranian airliner, several decades ago. They'd never gotten over that. So maybe this was some sort of payback. But apart from that, you couldn't really have asked for a better presentation, and his demeanor recently has been much more measured. And this may be the MO all the way into the election, where he's sort of gone from being a little bit wild to being much more reserved, much more presidential. And he's made all these Democrats look stupid now because of all the hand-wringing and all the things that they were saying. He's kind of like checkmated them all. Would you agree?
He can be cavalier when he's talking about some of the, just absurd things that the left has been guilty of late. But I mean, he can laugh and joke with the best of them. He can throw a punchline. But the change in his demeanor when something as serious happens as what happened last night, and what's happening right now, even as we speak, he's all business. Remember, he is a businessman. We've watched a businessman become president, and I'm proud to be an American.
That's what people don't get about this guy. I mean, listen, they've been beating up on him since day one. They've thrown everything in the kitchen sink at him, and it's a lot of jealousy. I mean, the guy is such a perfectionist. When you look at his hotels, I mean, listen, his hotels recently won, like best hotel in the world, number one in the entire world, one of them. I mean, Jesus, this is a very, very hard thing to achieve. It's almost impossible. And that's what this guy's all about. He really is a perfectionist, and he works very hard at it. And he is cavalier, but he certainly improved his tone a lot recently, and I think that's kind of intimidating the Democrats quite a bit too.
Yes, because they know that he means business.
Right.
He's headed for a second term at the Oval Office, and apparently there's nothing they can do about it.
Yeah, and it's interesting. This CNN rubbish. They got some sort of an ad this morning. Oh, the impeachment for all the latest news and podcasts. We're the place to be. I mean, it's so old. It's so last year already.
Yeah.
And this whole thing has just like moved impeachment to the back page. It's almost in the obituary column. It's really people have seen through it. And the only thing that's kind of a little bit of weird in the last few days is his ratings have gone down a bit on Rasmussen, from about 50 plus to down to 46, which is a little bit of a head scratcher. I would have thought it would be more like 56 right now. But it may pick up in the next few days. But this bull market is really, really, I mean, look, we kind of predicted this ahead of time in a way. We're now in the fifth day of the new year, fifth trading day. And the only down day, assuming we finished strong today, the only down day was Friday, right? Thursday was the first day of the year, right? Friday.
No, Thursday was the first day, wasn't it?
Right, but the second day. The only down day was the second day,
yes,
Friday.
Yeah.
So
here, let me just bring up the daily. And all right, here's today, Wednesday, Tuesday, Monday, Friday.
Yeah,
Thursday.
I think on the
January
NASDAQ.
2nd was a green day, John.
Yeah. If you go to the NASDAQ, you might see a slightly better, slightly stronger.
Sure, let's do that. I'll make this a daily chart, and I'll switch it to the NQ.
Not necessarily. I
Hang
guess
on,
I was
Rolla.
wrong.
Let me get there.
Okay, so
today's Wednesday, Tuesday, Monday,
Friday. Yeah, you see, I mean, they're really 4 days up and one down, and so the way that looks to me is, especially given how, I mean, look, we're up now well into January. As go the 5 days, so goes the month. So it implies we're probably going to finish January, up maybe 4 or 5%, possibly a bit more. The second day represents possibly a second quarter correction in the stock market, which I think is logical. It's sort of what happened in the year 2000, and so we were up in the first quarter, down in the second quarter, and then we recovered in the third and fourth quarters, before we really got hit hard back in 2000. And, assuming the incumbent gets reelected, that makes a lot of sense. We're probably going to finish strong at the end of this year, going into 21. I think that second day of the year has to be kept in mind as a potential down quarter in the second quarter, followed by a possible summer rally, maybe another correction before the election, and then maybe a run up into the election, depending on how everything's shaping up. But the comeback now, the other thing is that today is an outside day as well, so that's a pretty big deal in of itself.
And that's across all markets. I mean, it's all the indices, S&P, Dow, Russell, NQ.
Right. So we are at a point where we might run out of gas, and it is not uncommon for the market to pull back after the initial 5 days of the year. So possibly a bit of a pullback to the low of the green zone there on this doji today, or on this
John, if we go back to this swing low that was put in on December 3rd, up to the new all-time historic high at the time on January 3rd. And this is just Fibonacci price extensions. It's just math. But look at there. We tagged that 38% extension to the tick. Now, I'm not saying we can't go any higher, but that's a really key area. Because if we go through 89.48 here on the NQ, the next stop looks like 90.34.
Yeah, getting to 9,000 plus on this, future, the 100 Nasdaq 100 is actually pretty impressive. I didn't look at the daily chart before you pulled it up today. It sort of felt like a stronger day yesterday because if you remember, the sell-off came right at the close. Correct. Yesterday afternoon. Right. So that's why that doji, kind of looked as they kind of missed that doji. But I think this is a fairly good template for the year. What's happened in the last 5 days. So
everyone, based on backing up what you just said there, everyone should remember last night things looked pretty dire because this big wick that you see on this daily candle, that was a bold red candle, and it looked as if the sky was falling.
Yeah.
What an incredible turnaround.
Well, look, just to remind a few people, back in '96, Clinton was running for re-election, and I think a third-party candidate came out of the woodwork, and the market took a tremendous hit right before the election, and then it just turned, kind of like last night, it went down, and then it came roaring back up. Yeah, right. So, and that happened. That's happened a few times in these election years. So, that that knockdown last night could imply it could mean, look, if Trump gets wins. You could have something crazy, a repeat of 2016, where the market would go down one night just on a kind of buy the rumor, sell the fact, and then it could reverse and start another leg up. Then there's the Fed, there's all the stuff going on with the Fed. There's a lot of things that could happen. But the other bull market that's totally insane, and I'm particularly proud of this one, since we've called it dead right up until today, is the palladium has broken above 2,000 in the last few days. And
chart here.
Remember when it was 800? That was the day we called. Mm-hmm. We actually said 1,600 that day. We called for 1,600. The day it hit 800. Now, the gold, by the way, hitting 1,600 last night and coming off. This is going to hold the gold back for a little while, but it could be, in the same way that the palladium has made a couple of highs, had a sharp correction, and then gone on to a new high. That could be the recipe for gold to follow going forward, because prior to last night, we had a kind of a sharp correction yesterday. Then we came off the lows, and we had all of a sudden we're up 30, 35, 36 bucks, going into maybe $40 going into the 1608 high, and now we're pulling back. So I'm not so look. There's a possibility we could come all the way back to 1475. I wouldn't rule that out.
That does look a little ominous there, but all things considered.
Yeah, but on the other hand, that could get taken out too. On the upside, maybe in a matter of days if something goes wrong. So that would be very bullish if that happens.
Do you think Iran has put the saber back in the sheath?
Listen, the way that this foreign minister came out with that tweet last night, that, sort of mentioning the Article 51 or something, right of self-defense, it was sort of a contrived thing. The whole thing was sort of, designed more to pacify the people at home. Mm-hmm. They some of the networks are claiming they killed 20 or 30 Americans.
I have not heard that.
Yeah, no, they have. So that,
I also thought the plane crash was a mechanical failure.
Well, it doesn't. Honestly, it doesn't. The way that.
But so I'm thinking you brought me news that I somehow missed.
Well, there's some pictures of the. It looks a lot like the plane that was brought down over Ukraine. You know, where there's a lot of shrapnel, shrapnel piercing the way it got spread out. It really looks like the thing exploded, you know, in the air before it hit the ground. And and listen, this plane was in tip-top condition, had been, you know, just serviced a few days ago. So
wow,
and
that picture.
Yeah, and these Boeing 737s, I mean, they're, apart from that Max, I mean, they've got a pretty good record. They've only lost a few of them, really. And but I've said on the show recently, I personally wouldn't be flying out of choice anytime soon, because
I agree. I'll take the bus.
There's too many things going wrong with planes recently. You know, these engine failures at high altitude, wheels falling off. I mean, there's been an awful lot of mishaps this year.
Now, I brought it up some time ago. I don't know if you'll recall, but I'm seriously afraid there's a man on the inside. You know, no one's. I haven't heard anyone call it sabotage.
No,
even allude to that. But I think there's a ghost in the machine.
Well, they got one guy. They got one guy already for American Airlines, so they very well could.
Right.
Be.
Okay. Yeah. There's that one guy.
And you know, there's always like you know, every company has a just, you know, what do they call it? A disillusioned employee, or you know, an employee who gets
right.
You know, so there is always that risk, and unfortunately, you know, even the spacecraft going loopy and just, you know, not. I mean, it's pretty unusual for a spacecraft not to find its destination going to the space shuttle, a space
that's true.
station. Sorry, you know, I mean, remember we talked about the Russians. The luckiest people on the face of the earth are the people who survived a 5,000-mile-an-hour trip and came back to Earth and lived to tell. You know,
right.
That was when that Russian rocket exploded. That was all. That was just something like the fact that those guys made it back alive was just unreal. So there is a lot of risk. You know, there's obviously a whole lot of new risk now because of what happened last night. It could happen, you know, you never know. There could be a spate of things happening around the world that we don't want to even talk about. But I think it's time to be very careful, you know, just to not take undue risks. So the palladium is definitely, you know, it still seems to be unstoppable. 22 to 2400 might be it for the palladium. Look, I still think you've got to be all over platinum. It's not. Once again, the platinum failed to follow through on a way to 1,000. So I would welcome this pullback in the platinum as
Here's
potentially
a
the last
on platinum futures.
Yeah. You know, look, you can't rule out the possibility of one more down test of the 800, maybe even down to 750 on the platinum, something really extreme. If we can hold above like 925 or 930, in other words, if this is just a pullback and then we start going back up, I think you want to be long, because it looks like we're going to take 1,000, and when we do, it's going to be a big deal. You know, we're probably going to go up with some force when that happens. And I think platinum is going to be a great trade later this year.
Look at this thing on a monthly.
It's a very dynamic market. I mean, it's a little bit like the silver. Remember, we looked at the silver, was looking a lot like platinum a year ago, or a little bit less than a year ago. And once we broke,
look where we are with this trend line.
Yeah, no, listen, the platinum. I mean, the platinum looks to me like it go to a new all-time high, 2,800, maybe 3,200. it really could happen.
Well, I mean, we're this is sort of a make or break point right here. I mean, we could continue to bang our head up against this trend line.
Yeah, look, you know, because of the year, you just don't know whether, you know, we're going to have one little test in 2020 before we go up big, or whether it's just, you know, but look, I think the market's going to tell you that, because I think if we break those two tops, just 2 or 3 tops, just put in near 1,000, I think you're going to see a very fast move up, like not unlike what happened with gold up to 12. Look, remember when we were at 1,046 on the gold, we were there for a week or two between 1,046, maybe 1,075. And then all of a sudden it took off and you couldn't catch it. Right? Look at it. You see? It really did. Remember, it moved up dramatically. And I suspect something like that's going to happen with platinum. And in a way, platinum is a little bit like where gold was a year ago, right before it took off, you know, and broke out of this consolidation.
How are gold stocks holding up?
They're coming off today. They've been kind of giving sell signals the last few days. And, you know, I actually told somebody to get out, and I thought I'd made a mistake. But, you know, of the big stocks, not the small golds. And but they've come back pretty sharply.
Here's Newmont on a monthly.
Yeah. I mean, Newmont is, look, they just upped the dividend. They've got $1 billion buyback, or $1 billion share buyback, I forget which. But it's pretty good. You know,
you're not a fan of buybacks, are you?
Well, in the case of Newmont, I think it makes more sense because, you know, the premium we've talked about, where you know, like, if Newmont suddenly goes to 50 or 60, was it smart to be buying back the stock down here? Yeah. You know, listen, Apple wouldn't be at $300 a share today if they hadn't been buying back a ton of stock. So, you know, not only has Apple done an unbelievable job delivering, you know, incredible products, and delivering for their shareholders, you know, to the point they're the greatest company of all time, just about. The fact that they've been buying their stock back actually is pretty shrewd, and has helped the company get to where it is today, without any doubt.
With your micro cap stocks,
yeah, I'm not sure
often a buyback is not a good sign.
Yeah, I wouldn't listen. I think that you should be buying your shares back if they're, you know, drastically undervalued. You know, and for sure, Apple probably felt that was the case. I mean, the stocks doubled in a year when it was down at 150. If they were buying back their stock down there, they've done a fantastic job. But I wouldn't be buying it back today, you know, if I was the CEO. So I probably aren't. So
here's a monthly on Apple.
Yeah, no, it's really, look, I think Apple's might be getting a lot of buzz, or a lot of buying from this credit card deal that they've got embedded in the phone right now. I think that could become very big in the future, and giving them a lock.
How familiar are you with that?
I'm not. I've just seen it. But it's sort of like Facebook. You know, you don't know whether this Libra is going to. Some people, they say they're going to get rid of it. Other people are saying it's going to be a big deal. But at the end of the day, it's gotten Facebook to a new all-time record high, which a lot of people didn't see coming, after, including Carter Worth. You know, I got a lot of respect for him, but it was kind of interesting that, you know, when Facebook lost more than any other company in history in one day, and continued, you know, dramatically lower, it certainly looked a long way from its all-time high, and we talked about that on the show. But if you recall, I did say I thought it would go to a new high, and it has.
Yeah, you did. Absolutely. Here's an article entitled "Everything You Need to Know About the New Apple credit card.
Yeah, it's probably worth a good read. Because I mean, this could be an absolute game. This is kind of like for Apple, what AWS did for Amazon. You know, because without AWS, Amazon would only be a shadow of itself today.
You need to grab that.
Hold on a second. I'll be right back to you.
Okay. All right. So the Apple Card is a primarily digital card that lives in the Wallet app on your iPhone. You can request a physical titanium card. The Apple Card's cashback program is tailored to the company's products, services, and mobile wallet. You can earn 3% cashback on goods or services purchased directly from Apple. Now, I heard Kramer say something today. Wow, I'm starting to align. I've actually agreed with a couple things I've heard him say over the last couple of weeks. He was talking about the Apple Store. This was his comment. People go to the Apple Store not to browse, not to window shop. People go to the Apple Store to buy stuff. I thought that was very smart of him to say. And the idea, I mean, with the Apple Store, how many places do you call and make an appointment to go buy something? When you go into an Apple Store, it's usually crowded, even though people have it's kind of like a doctor's office. You know, you got an appointment at 2, and, well, if you've ever been to the Apple Store, you understand how that works. It's very impressive, but back to the card. You can earn 3% cash back on anything. Are you back? Okay. You can earn 3% cash back on goods or services purchased directly from Apple. Now, we talked yesterday about the breakup of iTunes. And iTunes is now 3 separate entities. You've got the podcast, you've got the apps, you've got the music. And then, well, I guess there's really 4, because you've got the Apple TV. 2% cash back on Apple Pay purchases, 1% cash back on everything else. Since the launch, Apple continues to add new merchants that offer 3% cash back when you use your Apple Card via Apple Pay. New additions include Uber, Uber Eats, Walgreens, Dwayne Reed. No, that's not me. Spelled a little bit differently. On the Walgreens app, on Walgreens.com, and at T-Mobile stores. You know, for the average man in the street, you and I mean, 3% is 3%. John, is that you?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. All right. Welcome back. Okay. Just talking about this 3%. I mean, you know, how many times a month do you go to Walgreens or any of these other places that are on the list? Maybe 3%'s, you know, really no big deal. But if you're a businessman, if you own a business, you could very well, I don't know who all's on their list, maybe it tells here somewhere, but in the normal course of business, you might buy $100,000 worth of stuff a month from one of these vendors. Or, you know, $1 million worth of, it's just, you know, you got to, cost of doing business, you got to buy stuff to make stuff. You know, getting 3% cash back on $1 million a month, that's no small slice of pie.
Yeah, no, every bit helps. Every bit helps. So, you know, and there's a lot of these things around now, the Rakuten and other things, you know, where people get paid for shopping.
My daughter calls it Rakuten. I don't know how you really pronounce it.
It's a pretty big deal. I mean, it's getting a lot of
My wife uses it all the time.
Yeah, I mean, look, you know, they're sponsoring football teams and all kinds of things, so they're getting a lot of, you know, name recognition and things. The one that kind of I've never bought anything from, but this Deal Dash kind of, it's so over the top, you know, the so-called offers they have that you know, it's almost too good to be true, you know.
Tell me about it. I'm not familiar with this one.
Listen, they say somebody bought a car for $900, a new car.
Oh, okay, yeah, I've seen some of those So it says here, Deal Dash is a bidding fee auction site, along with similar sites. It has been criticized by consumer groups being costly to users and for having similarities to gambling. In most cases, bidders spend substantial sums of money without winning anything.
Yeah. So there you go. One of these days I have to take a good look around that site. But there was an interesting documentary on CBS just around Christmas time, where people are buying stuff. You know, they're buying from places like discount websites, or what's the name of your friend's website? Patrick Byrne.
Oh, Overstock, right?
They Overstock, places like that, and even Amazon. And then they go and sell, sometimes they buy it from a store, and then they sell it on Amazon. They sell it online.
Yeah, John,
kind of arbitrages.
I read an article about that. There's people who, as their business model, it gives them a chance to travel the country. They just go from town to town, and they go into places like Ross Dress for Less or Marshall's or any kind of store that might be having a sale, and they go over to the discounted items section, the clearance, the closeout section, and something that this store might have been selling originally for $25, it's $3 or $5 because they just need to clear it out. Well, people who live in small towns, rural towns, they don't have access to these stores and these kinds of sales. So an item that, for instance, sold for $25, this person traveling the country just enjoying life buys it for $3, goes back to his hotel room, and throws it up on his site, on his Amazon page, for $15. Everybody wins.
Dwayne, take a look at Tilray, TLRY.
Here we go. Tilray.
Is that a weekly or what are you doing?
That's a monthly. What would you like?
Put it on a weekly.
Okay. There we go.
Yeah, you actually can't see it on this chart.
I'm going to open it up, but what is it you're looking for?
Just put two little feet down, touch 15, which I think was the actual white IPO price. And so it's come all the way back to its IPO price, but this might be the lows right here.
It's below.
And
It's like
see
it's
how
below.
it's making a kind of a doji there on the weekly already. See that?
Yeah, it's below its IPO.
Yeah.
Below. Looks like it IPO'd at 20.
Yeah, no. I'm talking about the subscription price, the actual price they paid prior to the IPO.
I got you.
Yeah. So it's kind of at rock bottom. And look at that reversal. Do you see that reversal? Looks like could be the real deal.
Let me blow it up. Yeah, I mean,
I was actually going to bring it up yesterday or the day before because it got down to like 15, and here we are. It's kind of got the better of me.
Let me go to daily and take a look at it. All right, here's daily.
Yeah, that's actually quite a dynamic setup too. I think that's it.
You think it's found a bottom?
I do, yeah. Oh, listen, have a look at Beyond, BYND.
Is that Beyond?
The meat.
Is that
the meat.
Bed Bath & Beyond?
No. The meat company, BYND.
Oh, yeah. I have a real interest in these companies.
You remember we called the highs on that one a while back. I think Beyond probably bottomed yesterday too, at least temporarily. It's not, but it's same kind of candidate. Remember, it got up to about 250. That thing.
Now, is this the one that Burger King is making the
Yeah,
upper with?
yeah.
Because there's a couple. There's a couple in this space now.
There's another one called Impossible. I don't know what the
Yes.
symbol is. If you
Yeah,
want to pull
Impossible.
it up.
Let me just see what comes to see. Impossible. Come on. Impossible. Here, let me find it. Impossible Burger.
I think that's probably the one.
Oh, we'll start
Or
there.
it might be it might be Impossible.
Impossible Foods.
Yeah, that's the one. I think.
That's the one. Okay. So go to Impossible Foods. And okay, I'm looking for investor relations, something along those lines. This is public, right?
I don't know. I thought I saw Impossible Foods stock, and then just before you got to this page, because they were talking about it yesterday.
Let me go back. Impossible Foods.
Yeah, Impossible Foods stock. See that?
Point me.
Just up left, underneath burger. There you go. See what that
Impossible
brings
Food
up.
stock. There we go.
Maybe it's not public. Maybe,
McDonald's bump, Beyond Meat stock,
Oh,
pops
no, it
after
is.
Impossible
Yeah, check-
Foods. Let's see what this says.
Oh, that Beyond Meat. It said Beyond Meat stock went up after Impossible Foods.
Abandons the golden arches. Okay. The fake meat, well, let's check this out. The fake meat wars just got real. Shares of Beyond Meat popped more than 13%. Late afternoon trading after its rival Impossible Foods said it's no longer trying to win over the world's biggest. What date was this article?
Yesterday.
Yeah. Okay, so we still don't know. What's it called again? Impossible Foods.
Dwayne, have a look at.
Here we go. Is Impossible Foods publicly traded? Thanks for interest. We're privately held by a number of small investors and recently closed a round of financing. So right now there aren't any opportunities to invest. So they're still privately held.
Can you put in plug?
PLUG.
Yeah.
There we go. Nope. Hang on. Here we go. Okay. What do we got here?
This is been a long time coming. Remember, these companies were all the rage back in the early 2000s.
What does it do? What do they do, John?
Fuel cell.
Okay.
And they're starting to get some pretty big orders. Just this one just got I think 175 million
How do
order.
fuel cells work?
It's a hydrogen.
Okay.
They produce hydrogen from the breakdown of water, and that's what drives the thing.
Did you see the interview this morning with the fellow that ran Mitsubishi?
No.
The one that he's been under house arrest in Japan? Goshen is his name.
Oh no, Goshen. Yeah. No, I didn't see that documentary, but
they showed it this morning. I believe it was real time this morning. I saw it on CNBC about 7 a.m. My time.
He was. I mean, listen, this guy
9
was
Eastern.
when you mentioned Mitsubishi, Mitsubishi is kind of like the old CFRN. He was principally the CEO
Nissan.
of Renault, Nissan,
Alliance,
and Mitsubishi. Yeah, formidable guy. I mean, a very, very clever guy.
I wasn't really aware of this story. It kind of took me by surprise, but apparently he got arrested for making too much money. That's the bottom line from what I could gather from the talking heads and from what he was saying. I don't. Maybe you know more about it. I'm sure you do. Tell me.
Listen, he probably, over feathered his nest. He might have taken more than he was due. That's what it looks like.
Well, corporate culture in Japan is that CEOs do not make the kind of money that CEOs make in other parts of the world for running publicly traded companies. It's
I think it went to his head.
thing.
It kind of went to his head running three. Being the CEO of three major automobile companies is unprecedented.
He was the
and he did a pretty
chairman,
good,
the CEO of Nissan, the chairman of Mitsubishi.
I mean, he did a pretty amazing job with all three companies, frankly.
Well, he did, and I mean, let's take a look at what's happened to Nissan since they pulled the plug on him.
Oh, can you go back to the just while you still got plug? Can you just go back and see what it looks like compared to the 2000 era?
Sure, let me go. Let's do it this way.
It's been a long time coming, this story, but I think it's the real deal now. It's possibly quite a reasonable buy here.
All right, here's 2000.
We traded this a few times back in the old days doing
power plug. Goodness, so this thing was at $1,500.
Yeah, I think they split the stock a few times by the looks of it.
Man,
and the other
look at that! I don't
one,
know that I've ever seen a base quite like that.
Yeah, exactly. This could become a really big deal. Still, they've got the technology,
So
and they're starting to
it's
get
a $2 stock.
big orders.
Yeah.
It's a little bit. I mean, it's a little bit like TMRC. Check out TMRC. The one that went up eightfold in December.
Wow.
It came off a huge base and skyrocketed off that base. So it's definitely one to watch, that plug. Just can you go to 2019 just to show the up move?
29. Oh yeah, sure. My thoughts wandered under there for a minute.
Pretty big. Pretty big. That's possibly what you could be looking at with plug very soon. Very similar charts, huh?
Yeah, no, it is. It's just the plug hasn't taken off yet.
Yeah. What was the other? I can't try and think of the other fuel cell company.
I'm drawing a blank. Let me see. Let's just search fuel cells. See what pop up.
Just put fuel cell stocks, maybe.
Fuel cell resurgence. Yeah, I just put stocks. You need to get that? I'll hold. Fuel cell stocks. Got plug. Ballard. Okay.
BLRD. Have a look at that.
What's the symbol again? BALARD. Did you say? Try BALL. There we go. Ballard. Somebody had a nice little joyride. Look at that. Okay.
Hello. Yeah, these fuel cell stocks are starting to wake up here. This is very interesting. And this is a kind of a roar. I would call this a roaring 20s stock. This could become a big deal in the roaring 20s with this kind of technology, because ultimately, we've talked about this a while back. I think the day is coming. Eventually the electrical grid is going to disappear, or be gradually be replaced, probably by fuel cells in the home. The size of an air conditioner that can literally power the home and be 99.999% reliable, like electricity should be. No more power outages or anything like that. And there are Google. There was a thing on 60 Minutes a few years ago where one company, I think it's a private company, is supplying massive fuel cell power plants to most of Google, Facebook, Microsoft, those kinds of companies. A lot of their operations are powered by these new clean plants, and hospitals, places. It's more and more businesses are adopting this technology, but it's slow. It's not a mainstream thing yet.
Tony just mentioned that she's got, hang on, she's got a grandson who works for Ballard Power, and then Bob in the chat box said, I took the tour of Ballard a million years ago when it was first coming out. It was headquartered 2 miles from my house in Richmond, BC. It has languished, though.
Well, it's unfortunate because Ballard makes these buses that run on fuel cells, and they're totally 100% clean. And if all the buses in the world ran on this technology, the world would be a lot better place, that's for sure. The air would be a lot cleaner. But, I think this is a technology that's coming. They've got a fuel cell car. Maybe it's a Mitsubishi. I think there's a fuel cell car in Japan. And I think even Goen himself looked at fuel cells. I remember him giving an interview a while back talking about it. But right now, the electric car has kind of taken over, and it's I think the electric. Another example of the Roaring '20s could be. Remember, in the Roaring '20s in the 20th century, there were about 150 car companies, and the Roaring '20s in the 21st century could mean a lot more electrical startups coming on the scene, along with early stage flying vehicles and taxis, like we saw yesterday.
What sort of rare earth materials are required for a fuel cell?
Probably a lot. Probably, So, but the fact that these stocks are bottoming out and starting to get recognized again, I think is quite intriguing. And you probably should have alerted everybody to this sooner, but obviously we're at a bit of a resistance point right now on both of the stocks, both the plug and the Ballard. But they may be, listen, you're making 10-year highs on this stock right about now. That's pretty big.
Tony, John, it slipped my mind. Tony's going to join us today, but stick around for a minute if you can. Let me just open up her mic. I had my phone off. Hey, Tony, I just opened up your mic. Are you still there?
Yes, I am. Good morning.
Sorry. Yeah, good morning. Now, have you met John? Have you guys conversed before here on the show? I think you did it.
No, I haven't had the pleasure, but I'm enjoying listening to him.
Very good.
Thank you.
John, meet Tony. Tony, John. And John, we're going to talk a little bit today about, Tony and I, about the carrot bars, the opportunity. It's the gold-backed cryptocurrency. So, Tony, was there a particular topic that we were going to hit on today? And John, maybe you just have some questions in general. She's been she's been around CFRN for a number of years as a partner, but she's been involved with the carrot bars for some time. She introduced me to it. Do you have any questions, anything at all, John, about what this gold-backed crypto is, what it's all about?
I kind of, I've obviously learned a lot about it from you, and I think I listened a bit to a couple of, a couple of the intros that she's given, so I got a reasonably good idea of of it. And
what do you think the upside is for something, maybe not even that company in particular, but just the concept and the idea?
Well, it's it's a potential idea whose time has come. That's the thing, and it's the sort of thing that could become a very big deal if there is a crisis or gold prices soar and become more mainstream, which could really happen, if the currencies get more backed by gold. I mean, listen, Putin must be thanking his lucky stars here the last few days. I mean, a few hours ago when gold was over 1,600, he was probably, chuckling because the Russians have been buying more gold than just about anybody else, except possibly the Chinese.
But they have been on a buying spree, haven't they?
Yeah, and they've done pretty well. It's been a very good strategy. And ultimately, if gold starts going north of 2,000, 3,000, and so on, it's going, which is inevitable in time anyway. It's going to be, these people are going to, Russia's obviously going to benefit tremendously. And I'm watching the oil price plunging here back down below 60. It didn't last very long at 65 level.
Let me pull up a crude chart. Wow, look at that.
Yeah. So, but I was thinking about Putin yesterday, last night when it was 65. That's pretty good for Russia. And all of a sudden, bang, you're way back down again, thanks to Trump.
Yeah.
So.
Now, last night, our alert last night on crude, there it is on the screen, folks, was to be short 63.10. And if I put a little line here on the chart, this is where we alerted all of our traders. If you're not part of the CFRN family, I can only just say why not. Trading's not easy. Trading's not easy, folks. It never will be, but it can be simple. So, I don't know. There's just no reason.
Your crossover points are very good there on this thing. Really nailed it.
Thank you. So from 63.10, guys, from 63.10. We're almost to 59.10.
Yeah.
That's a $4,000 per contract move.
Yeah.
If you've earned the right to trade 10 contracts, that's a $40,000 move you're looking at.
Yeah.
It's not a bad Wednesday.
Well, the trading opportunities in the last few days were pretty spectacular, actually.
They really have been. This is, the last couple of months, this epic battle at the top, a person could have taken a vacation. When you get to those, when the market goes where it's never been before, there's going to be a big tug of war between buyers and sellers. Take a little time off. Let that whole thing work itself out. And I think that's what we're seeing happen right before our eyes. Let that thing work it out. And then when the market gets back to its normal rhythm, then you come back to the party. What an incredible opportunity. And we're still dropping. You got any kind of targets on the downside?
Boy, right now, look, it's probably gonna, maybe 57 something. It's gonna bounce from there.
Our lowest weekly zone this week is 56.45.
One of those three double line weeklies is gonna hold it. I'd say 57. It'll rebound, probably quite violently, actually. So might be a good scalp opportunity. It looks pretty heavy. It still looks heavy right now, the way it's acting. So.
Yeah. So our lowest zone for this week is 56.45/50. So Tony, what was it that you and I last night we discussed one topic in particular that we wanted to talk about today?
I think, Dwayne, that we need people to educate themselves to be able to make wiser choices. As we mentioned, our school systems do not teach our children about money. And the banking system, of course, wants people to use credit cards because they make so much money on the fees.
Yes, they do.
Because there's only a small percentage of people actually pay off their credit cards each month, so they don't pay interest.
Mm-hmm.
And student loans in the United States are even bigger than mortgages on the books.
Really?
And we also noticed, did we not check how many college students have moved back home?
Yeah,
because they
we
cannot
talked about
afford
that the
to
other day.
live
Yeah,
on their own?
incredible number.
Because they did not get this very, very important practical education through our school system. So my focus is trying to steer people to websites that they can sit and watch in their home at their convenience and slowly get the information they never learned to turn their lives around, to get out of the slavery of debt.
And that's biblical. You know, the debtor is slave to the lender.
That's correct. So my focus is, my heart is to try to help people in the lower income strata and third world countries to understand that they can start accumulating gold, which is God's money, in small increments.
And that's
on a
so
monthly
important.
basis.
That's so important to mention, Tony. And I'm glad you presented it that way, because if you're not a sophisticated investor, if you don't have a net worth of $1 million or have earned so much per year over the last 3 years, average squared, however they work that now, you can't participate in some of the best opportunities that are out there because you're not educated. You're not educated enough to take advantage of the opportunity. So that's what makes this company and this particular product that we're talking about, this concept, this idea, so very important. So you've got the mic. Just share your heart right now.
It is so important. If you have looked at the debt clock, it's the debt in the different countries is just skyrocketing by the minute.
I'm going to bring it up here.
We need to help people to start preparing for a major market reboot, market correction, because when things go sideways, there's going to be a lot of businesses that will go under.
Mm-hmm.
There's going to be less food available because some of the transportation companies are declaring bankruptcy. So having a little bit of gold is an emergency fund that cannot be taken away from you. It's not in the bank, so if a bank goes under, you're not going to lose what you have systematically saved. Go ahead. I was going to say this monthly gold saving plan also helps people to learn discipline and possibly enjoy the rewards down the road.
If you're going to be a successful investor, you must have discipline. John made a comment earlier today on one of the stocks that we were looking at. I forget which one it was, but he said, right here, this would have been a very difficult time to buy, but those who are properly educated knew that was the perfect time to buy.
That's correct. If you educate yourself so you know how to watch a stock, then you get the sense of when it might be a good time to get in. and put stop losses in place, etc. But in the third world country, almost everyone has an inexpensive cell phone and internet
They do.
access. So
I was so amazed when I first went to Africa in 2003 how far they were ahead of us in the utilization of cell phones in regards to money, to banking, to simply paying bills and that kind of thing. And here I was in a country where many of the people had no place to call home other than, and I mean this literally, a mud hut. But yet they had a cell phone. Out of China, $8, bought from one of these little roadside, I don't know, shack's a bad word, but it's kind of what they were. This little roadside shack, and you'd buy your $8 cell phone from China here, and then you'd go down 100 yards, and there was the guy selling the minutes that you would put on the phone, and then you could trade those minutes. Like if you were blessed enough to have a home and you had a water bill, you could use that cell phone and the minutes you put on the phone to pay your water bill.
wow.
We weren't even thinking about that here in America yet.
No. I remember my oldest granddaughter did a paper in high school about the use of cell phones in Africa. Mm-hmm. And she said she was stunned to find how many women were addicted to being on the cell phone, where they would buy time rather than buy food for their family.
Yeah, see, I'm not aware. I didn't know that. That's amazing.
And this was 12 years ago, maybe.
Okay, well, I was there the first time I was there, 2003.
So, yes, as I said, I know the CEO of Carrot Bars, his heart is to try to get gold into the hands of every honest, hardworking person in increments, in quantities that they can afford. And this is where I'm kind of leaning, finding ways how we can reach these people to get this information into their hands. And then if they share this with their friends, and they have developed a little team of others in their community, they earn extra gold for themselves by educating their friends and showing them how to get started in a free gold saving plan.
Now, folks, I'm going to put up on the screen here in just a moment, as soon as I bring it up, a link that you can use to go and register as an affiliate. It won't cost you anything. There's no obligation of any kind. It's kind of like giving you the keys to my office. You can go into the back office, you can look around, you can discover all the things that the company offers, the principles upon which the company was founded, and the service that they're providing to people all over the world who, again, because of their income bracket, don't qualify to participate in the quote-unquote really good opportunities. Go ahead.
I was going to say there's also what we call the Gold Rush training, or a quick start. If someone shares the information they have received and get 5 new friends or affiliates, family members, as affiliates, the company increases their level of commissions. So just by sharing, we don't sell anything. We teach people how to exchange depreciating fiat currencies for gold-backed assets. And we have people can buy as little as 1 gram at a time, and the company also has a gold vault program where they will bonus up to 15% for large gold deposits in their vaults.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't know of any bank that will pay you a bonus when you entrust you with their gold or your gold. Even if you trust them with GICs, those don't pay you very much of a return. In fact, it's probably a negative return when you factor in the inflation.
Well
The
said.
real
Well said.
inflation.
This address that you see on the screen, folks, again, when you go there, you'll have 2 options. You can register as a customer or you can register as an affiliate. I want you to register as an affiliate. It won't cost you anything. It's not going to get you on a spam list. You won't be obligated to anything. But what you'll be able to do is you'll be able to go into the back office, as we call it, and begin your own due diligence. See, to be a successful investor, to be a successful trader, you have to do your own homework, legwork, due diligence. You need to kick the tires. You need to get up under the hood. You need to understand exactly what it is you're dealing with, what opportunities exist, and then how you can best take advantage of the opportunity based upon your own financial situation. So there's no sales pitch, there's no grind to buy something. It's here's the information, research it, and then make the decision, if any, that's right for you and for your family. Because nobody's going to do it for you. I realize we have in our political arena these days some folks out there trying to get into the Oval Office by promising you free everything, free college and free medical care, and just, that money's got to come from somewhere. And I really do think that most people are waking up to that fact that yeah, free sounds good, but you got to pay the band. You give a dance, you got to pay the band. So, okay, I'll put the link up. I've shown the debt clock. What else would you like to cover here, Tony?
Well, the thing is, people, as we mentioned last time I was on the air, is the hidden secrets of money is very, very important knowledge. And it's on YouTube. It's free. You don't have to leave your home to sit and watch those videos.
The hidden secrets of money. Okay, now I just put the affiliate link in the chat box, folks. And I'm going to go to YouTube, and I'm going to grab the playlist address. I'm going to put that into the chat box as well. However, what you can do, if you're not in a position, you're driving now, you're not able to write, please keep your eyes on the road. Google what I just did, the hidden secret of money. And this thing will load here in a second. If not, I'll stop and start over. Go ahead.
When you look at the titles of the different episodes, I think episode 4 talks about the biggest scam in history of mankind.
Number 4. This one, the timeline shows the death of the U.S. dollar. Is that the one?
No,
here it is. I'm sorry,
4.
number 4. Yeah, the biggest scam in the history of mankind. And are they referring to the Federal Reserve?
I believe so.
It should be.
It's been a while.
Yeah.
So I said each of these are really, really powerful. They're in layman's terms. There's nothing very techie about what he's talking. And it's so valuable. Once you have knowledge, it gives you more power. You feel more not controlled.
In control of your own destiny.
Much more so.
I mean, Jesus came that he might set us free. Now, free is free, but, and I just said, nothing's free. Salvation's free, but even that came at a great cost.
It did. It did. I so agree with that. Another one of my favorite YouTube people is, he calls himself the People's Economist. It's Dr. Greg Gary. He's in Carrot Bars, but...
Dr. Greg, can you spell the last name for me?
Gerrie.
There we go.
He's got a YouTube.
He does.
Every 2 weeks, he does an economic update.
Okay.
So I see there he's just showing how his cash gold exchange machine is working that he has in his place of business.
Tell us about that cash gold machine. They're starting to roll out, I know, well, there's some in Canada, right? And there's some rolling out in the U.S. now?
Apparently, there's about 500 of them that have been shipped to different locations.
Okay.
In order for people to accumulate a bill that has a tenth of a gram of pure 24 karat gold, if they have a cryptocurrency account somewhere, I think the machines recognize 20 different cryptocurrencies wallets, and a person can then go up to the cash gold machine, scan their QR code, and they can receive 1 gram of gold or 10 of those notes, which in Canada are worth about $75. We're just beta testing these machines right now.
Okay.
But when people understand it's important to get cash gold, whether it's the cards or the bills, to have them at home for emergencies. A lot of people, like in our town of Vernon, I think there's about 500 affiliates that want to access these machines instead of having the cash gold sent to them from head office via FedEx. Insured, they will be able to go to a cash gold machine and start once a day extracting 1 gram of gold if they so wish.
And this is how this is the card that I'm on right now.
It's a classic gold card. It's the size of a credit card. It fits beautifully in your wallet. We figured out on Monday that was worth about $55 US, was it not?
Correct.
And I know some of my associates here have taken one of those cards to a bullion dealer, and he tested the purity of the gold, and he said, that's the purest gold I've ever come across. I'll take everything you have that you want.
That had to make you feel good. Now, here's a card that has 3 grams.
3 grams.
This card has 1 gram. This bill has 1/10 of a gram. And current pricing, $5.40. Now,
in euros.
In euros, 540 euros. Now, these cash gold products are still available. However, the bonuses that were once received when you bought these various packages Because the hard fork has taken place, those are no longer available, correct? The only way to purchase the coins is on the open market?
This is what, well, I've heard something, but it's not official, so I'm not at liberty to say.
Okay.
You were talking about companies buying back their stock.
Right.
I think there might be a possibility. Okay. Do you know what I'm getting at?
I do. I absolutely do. And I have we have a very smart audience, so I think they understand as well.
So, next Monday is when they will announce the new packages. And I'm looking forward to next Monday.
Next Monday is the 13th?
That's correct.
Is there a certain time of day that news is scheduled to be released?
I'm not sure.
Okay.
I know probably on our team call in the evening, it definitely will be discussed.
There's a very vibrant carrot bar community out there, folks. If you're a Facebook type of person, there's a number of different ones. The one I'm a member of, if you hang on, I'll show it to you.
These are closed groups. These meetings we have, etc., are for active or people registered with the company.
So you'll have to request access, and tell them what the process is, please.
Well, once you sign up as an affiliate for free, you have total access to whatever our company offers. The company has an official website on YouTube. I think there's something on Facebook, etc.
Now, what's on Facebook?
Well, both the official Carrot Bar International official website or
Carrot Bar official. Well, I better spell it right.
B.
Carrot Bar official. Carrot
Channel or
official. There we go. Do you know if it would be that one?
The second one looks like the official one.
Wow, he does look a little bit like Bogey. I never noticed that before. That is Humphrey Bogart, right?
That is Harold Seitz.
No, I know it is on the left, but here on the right. No, that's Harold. Okay.
That's Harold.
The black and white threw me off. I'm thinking Casablanca, and now I see everybody's got a smartphone in their hand. There was no smartphones during Casablanca, so okay.
No. But our community that you and I are part, as I said, we have an official website on YouTube or channel on YouTube and on Facebook, but you have to sign up for the free account. And then your upline or would put your name or present your name as someone that would like to join in on the webinars that are done weekly. We have people that do a coffee with Quenna and Wendell every Saturday morning. There's so much. The lady who's the head of our team is a dynamic leader. And interestingly enough, in the free online webinar you can see at the goldstandardwebinar.com.
Right. Give me the address again. I'll bring it up. Tell me.
goldstandardwebinar.com.
a unique hidden
You
financial
choose your
opportunity.
language. There's a short video, but you also choose when you would like to see the about 40-minute webinar. And the presenter shares that in 2008, she didn't know the hidden secret to money, and she lost 85, 90% of her financial assets. So she had to start rebuilding. But the knowledge and training she learned from previous businesses she was with, she has brought into Carrot Bars, and we have so much fun. We're a family. We really stress we're a family. One of my people, a couple, a senior couple, not too tech savvy, had problems with their website and etc. And someone they've never met called them up and walked them through etc. And I was able to do their coin swap for them. And now they are so relieved. They're so happy. Says, my friend said, I have been in many MLMs, but I have never, ever had this upline support that we are getting from. Oh, it's incredible. It's incredible. And once we have our phones, which will have no roaming fees.
The phone still hasn't come.
No, I expect it towards the end of the month, hopefully.
Okay.
But the thing is, without roaming fees and that, we'll be able to talk to people upline anywhere in the world without racking up a big phone bill. That's going to be...
That's incredible.
So this is a really good, if you watch a register, reserve your spot, you can watch it right now, or you can choose another day and what time of day, because every 3 hours they have a time slot for people. And it's just to educate people. Once you watch this video, they would have to go to your link to sign up, because that website there is not linked to anyone's referral links. Okay. But it's well presented. And it's, I have been in multi-level marketing, always basically mostly to do with health products, because that's my other passion, natural healing.
This company doesn't fit the typical multi-level business model, does it?
No, because everybody probably knows someone that's got a garage full of cases of this, etc.
Yeah.
This company has no requirement for you to purchase every month. If you choose to invest or not invest, that's the wrong word. If you choose to exchange some of your fiat currency for a gram of gold every month, it's like a savings account for yourself, but it's not a requirement to earn a commission on the people you have helped to train to teach about the truth about money. There is no annual renewals required either. And once you're with the company, you will never be washed out. You're in for life. And another thing, your businesses can be passed on to your heirs.
And so if you're not that sophisticated investor, if you don't have a large investment nest egg already, if you're not able to buy your way to the top, you're able to earn your way to the top by simply sharing what the company has to offer.
Exactly. Sharing and teaching others and introducing them to the knowledge they need to share with their family members, their closest friends, even with strangers. sitting in a airport, starting a conversation with a stranger. I watched one of my upline in Johannesburg airport. She sat down next to a gentleman and asked him, "Do you like gold?" Yeah. She literally signed him up on the spot, and she told him he was flying to Cape Town as we were for our convention. And he showed up. She gave him a free ticket.
Mm-hmm.
He showed up for the whole weekend.
Wow.
Total stranger. And I think he was like a janitor or someone like that.
Everybody loves money. Or
everyone loves gold.
Everyone. Well, here's where I was headed. I talked about this yesterday. The most quoted scripture in the Bible is that, money is the root of all evil. It's the love of money that's the root of all evil. So we want to stay away from loving our money or maybe even loving our gold, but we should respect it for the powerful tool that it is, and that it does create the ordinary average person like you and I to accumulate wealth
that we can also pass on to our children and grandchildren to help them weather downturns in our financial situations. Like every 90 years, apparently the world goes through a financial reset.
Now Garrett, who's a frequent guest on the show, he's got a saying, every 40 years something bad happens, and every 80 years something really bad happens. So that ties right in with what you're saying there.
Dwayne, I'm just reading a Bitcoin news that just popped up in the corner of my screen. It says Federal Reserve considers creating a separate entity for cash injections.
Let's see. Okay, I'll try to search it here. Give me that headline again.
It's a Bitcoin news. Federal Reserve considers creating a separate entity for cash injections.
Federal Reserve considers creating a separate
entity.
Creating entity for injecting
cash injections.
We'll see if that turns it up. Here we
well,
go.
The whole...
Looks like it came out 3 minutes ago. Here we go. Federal Reserve considers creating a separate entity for cash injections. While President Donald Trump wages war with Iran, the U.S. Federal Reserve has continued to inject fresh capital into the hands of private banks by giving them $100 billion in overnight and 14-day repos on Tuesday. The same day, Rabobank strategist Philip Morris predicted the central bank will reduce interest rates to zero in 2020. Additionally, former Fed researchers believe the central bank needs to create a standing repo facility so private financial institutions can convert securities into fresh fiat reserves whenever they please. Oh my goodness. Tell folks what this means.
100 billion overnight added to that debt.
Added to, where'd it go? Added to this mess we already have on our hands right here with this debt clock. All right, so back to this article. Fed injects another $100 billion into the hands of commercial banks, while analysts believe interest rates will be slashed to zero. At the moment, most of the world is focused on the escalated tension between America and Iran. Since the Iranian leader, Soleimani, was droned by American forces, safe haven assets, precious metals like gold, oil, and cryptocurrencies have jumped in value significantly. Following Soleimani's funeral, Iran launched a few missiles which further escalated tensions between the two countries. Meanwhile, as people pay attention to war games, the U.S. Federal Reserve has been stimulating a wide variety of private banks' liquidity like there's no tomorrow. Every time the emergency repo operations take place, the New York Fed cites a significant demand for liquidity and a lack of cash reserves. Private banks and bond dealers have continued to pledge their treasuries as collateral for cash nearly every few days for the last 4 months. Look at that.
There's just no end to it. They're so addicted to printing 24/7.
Right. Mm-hmm.
And I forwarded an email this morning. I got a report that why gold and precious metals are going to soar in the next year.
Store? Tell me what you mean.
Will soar.
Restore. Oh, soar. So
Will
okay,
soar.
I got you. All right.
SOAR.
I got you. The Fed is not the only central bank playing the fiat roulette game, as a majority of global central planners are following the Fed's patterns. Since the first week of November 2019, more than 37 central banks worldwide participated in stimulus and easing schemes. The Fed has cut interest rates a few times since September, but now the entity acts as if it's reluctant to cut rates again. However, Rabobank executive Philip Murray believes the Fed will drop the interest rate hammer to zero by the year's end. And folks, that's not a good thing. Moreover, members of the Fed believe the monthly schedule of repos is not enough to appease the faltering U.S. economy. I'm sorry, did you see the jobs numbers this morning? I mean, they just keep getting better. The numbers were better than expected. They revised the last set of numbers upwards. But yet, I see headlines, or I agree with everything they've said until I get to this point. Members of the Federal Reserve believe the monthly schedule of repos is not enough to appease the faltering U.S. What's faltering? Jobs are at an all-time high. If anybody that wants a job in America can get one. Just plain and simple. There's a job for everyone. We're having to bring in workers, not unskilled laborers from other countries to compete for American jobs. We're having to bring in skilled labor because we need them, and we don't have them here, in part because of what you started at the beginning of the show. They haven't received the financial education that they need and deserve.
It's also, when I lived for 6 years in Mexico for 6 months, Mexico doesn't have a welfare system. But I live close to Merida. Mm-hmm. What we found is that what they do is they hire a lot of unskilled laborers to sweep the streets, water the boulevards, keep the city looking clean and beautiful. Mm-hmm. But they're paid enough that they can feed their family basic food at least.
And that's so important.
Not only that, if a man is able to bring home a paycheck, it gives him more self-confidence.
Right.
A lot of little families have small businesses going. They may have a little tiny tienda, a little store in the front of their houses where they just sell some of the basic foods and, of course, pop and juices and dairy, and they may not have fresh meats or very much of fresh fruits and vegetables. But again, if you have a little business like that, it helps to support the family. I like that system where the country is trying to help everyone to be able to support their family without being, you know, a handout all the time. Because I think it must be very demeaning for families to try to have to go to the food bank or go to a welfare office to get a check, you know, every month. So I think Trump is trying to help people hold their head up higher, giving them incentives to go to work, to find jobs, create jobs. I mean, my situation, I could have so easily have chosen to collect welfare at one point in my life. Instead, I worked 3 jobs to support my children.
Good for you.
And I made it a point to teach all of my children good work ethics. If you have good work ethics, you'll never go hungry.
Yeah, unfortunately, that's missing in a lot of today's youth.
That's right. Because the parents don't understand basic things about money. They don't understand how to manage it wisely. They don't know how to teach their children. One of my sons, as soon as his oldest daughter was 3, she started doing little chores around the house, and she was given a weekly allowance. And they taught her 10% went into collection plate and Sunday school, 10% she could spend, but the rest she had to save. My granddaughter, who's 17 now, she's got over $4,000 saved from her work, her job.
Good job.
You
I'm
know,
really proud of
so
her.
you need to learn, teach your children and grandchildren to be disciplined and to manage their money wisely, and it becomes a habit.
Right. That's the important thing, is to make it a habit.
That's right. And so all my grandchildren in that family were all taught this. And I think they are all going to do well in whatever career they choose. But
well, you
as
as a grandma, how could they lose?
Thank you, Dwayne.
No, I mean that. Well, Tony, I promised I wouldn't hold you up too long today. I think you're going to visit with us again on Friday.
Yes, I will. And I hope, Dwayne, in the meantime, you will watch some of Dr. Greg Gary's videos.
I will. In fact, I'm going to take a little break here in just a few minutes, and I'm going to commit myself to at least one of those videos. Tell me which one of all the ones I have to choose from. If I take an hour break, as soon as I end this show here in a bit, what's the number one I should watch?
He's been doing these videos for a few years, so I couldn't say which one.
What's your favorite?
I can't say. They're all excellent.
Okay, I'll just watch them all then. I'll take a long break. No, I'll watch what I can.
If you want to perhaps having as a guest on your show, if so, I may be able to arrange it for you.
All right, I think that's a great idea.
But I want you to watch some of his videos, and I will get his email for you, if you wish, and
yes,
you can
please
introduce yourself and see if that can happen. He's so much more knowledgeable because he is an economist, but he's also extremely well versed in the carrot bar business, the technology, and all this.
I'll do it. We'll get it. You get me the address, and we'll get an invitation out to him.
Okay, I will get that from his sponsor.
Okay.
And see what happens.
All right. Sounds good. I look forward to it, Tony.
Okay.
All right. I'll see you Friday. I'll talk to you before then.
Thank you.
Okay.
I'm looking forward to chatting with your family again.
Okay, great. God bless. Have a great afternoon.
But same to you, Dwayne.
Okie doke.
Bye-bye for now.
Bye-bye. All right. Okie doke. Well, let me close your mic over there. And guys, we're going to get through the rest of this recap here real quick. I was just updating some of the current weekly trading zones. This one should be 64.80. Okay. Now, this is how price behaves at weekly trading zones. Our lowest weekly zone this week, and again, I don't typically hand them out to the entire audience at large until Thursday, but partners and passport holders always get them Monday morning, 6:15 a.m. Eastern, before Wall Street even wakes up, so that we can get ready for the week. January the 5th was the first day of this trading week, so that's going to be right here. That gap higher open marked the beginning of the new week, and the chart we're on right now is crude oil. It is a 30-minute chart. Price travels from zone to zone to zone. Price is always trying to get to a zone. From the moment the markets open Sunday night, 6 p.m. Eastern, until they close for the week, Friday afternoon, 5 p.m. Eastern, price is always trying to go somewhere. That somewhere, through the lens that we use to view the market, is our weekly trading zone. It is our framework, if you will. Think of a football gridiron. You're setting up in the stands. You're looking down at the 50-yard line. If you go to the left, 40, 30, 20, down to the end zone. Look to the right, 40, 30, 20, down to the end zone. And during the course of the game, players are going to move that ball up the field, back down the field, back up the field. You get the idea. Occasionally, somebody runs off the edge of the field, but for the most part, they do stay on the field. The game begins and ends on the field, and that's how it is with our weekly trading zones. Price will occasionally exceed the highest weekly zone or exceed the lowest weekly zone. But even when that happens, by close of business on Friday, more often than not, price will have returned to the playing field. So this sell-off we have going on right now in crude, the lowest zone this week is 56.45 / 56.50. Could price come down, get below this zone? Yes, certainly anything can happen while I'm on that topic. However, even if it were to trade below this number, by close of business Friday, we would expect price to be at or above 56.45. So here's the Sunday night Globex Open. Price runs up to the zone overhead, where it finds good resistance, which sends it back down to the zone below, where it finds good support. We then consolidate along this weekly trading zone for quite a period of time. Here's January the 6th, which would be Monday, at 15:30, that's 3:30 Eastern afternoon, and we consolidate above and below, above and below, above and below, all the way up until January the 7th at 16:30. So let's do that again. This is 3:30 Monday until 2:30 Tuesday. How is it? Why is it that we were able to tell our traders back here that this was most likely to happen, and that this was most, now here we overshot by a bit, that happens, okay? But once the market, once clearer heads prevailed, where did it go? Like a magnet, right back to the weekly trading zone. Now, I've said only three things happen at a weekly zone. Consolidation, okay, it's pretty self-explanatory. We have consolidation here and here and all across here. Right here, what we have, that's rejection. When a 30-minute candle finishes its lifespan and all you have touching that zone is not, more candles, but just a wick, just like that. It's a great example. That's rejection. So price will either consolidate, get rejected, or do the slice. Okay? Now, this is not a picture-perfect example of a slice, which is why I really want to use it. Okay? Here's price making its move from this zone to the zone overhead. There's so much momentum at the time. When we get to the zone, we rip through it like it's not even there. Okay. Now, when price is rising up to a weekly zone, when we get there, we expect it to be good resistance until it isn't. Once we're above a zone and price pulls back, as in this case it did, we're checking to see, is it going to be good support? Because if it's not good resistance and it's not good support, well, then what good is it for me? Well, it's not. And that's the thing in and of itself. So when price slices, here's what we expect to happen. When the slice runs out of speed, out of momentum, we look for price to retrace back to the zone that it sliced through. You failed to give me resistance here. Okay. Will you now give me good support? And that's exactly what it did. Good support. It opened here. From here, it headed down. So you had a red candle here. And then that red candle reversed and started to move up. And then you started to take out the previous days or the previous 30 minutes closing price. That's really important. Okay. We sliced through it. It failed to be good resistance. We then pull back so we can confirm, is it going to be good support? If it is, as we're taking out this high, what better, and as we're taking out the open of this actual candle here, what better thing than to be long? Great. Where's my obstacle? Well, in this case, if we're going to be long this candle, our obstacle is going to be the previous swing high, which is right there, 65.48. So from 64.80 holds as support. We take out, now again, remember this candle opens, it's red, and then it moves back up. And as soon as it hits the entry point, turns it, and we start to build a green candle. Okay, so we'll be getting long, call the price 64.90. So from 64.90 up to the previous swing high, 65.48. And so from 95.48, it's about $680 per contract traded, right there. And that's based off getting long right there. Okay? Make sure, if you choose to become a CFRN partner and passport holder, make sure you always load the weekly trading zones onto your chart as soon as they come out. Keep a notepad beside your keyboard where you have written down, or just print out this. Let me show you what this is. Here, I got it over here. Here we go. Weekly trading. I think I mentioned earlier that we have a Telegram channel for just about everything, and we do. Here are this week's, January 5th, this week's weekly trading zones. Now, these ones, I've broken them down into 33. Let's go to the, well, let me go to crude. Hang on. That's what we're talking about. You can see here 56.45/56.50. That was the lowest weekly trading zone, which we just talked about. Right here. Okay. Now, price is going to do one of two things here. It's going to pull up to this zone. It's going to find good resistance, and then we're going to get a leg to the downside, or price is going to pull up to the zone. We're going to close above this weekly trading zone, and then the market is going to do its best to give us a run to the zone overhead. Price is always trying to get to a zone. On a long alert, a long trade setup, whether it comes to you as an alert or you spot it yourself based off of your training, price is always trying to get to a zone. If that be true, and it is, you'll come to understand that as time passes. It will become your truth, not just mine. All you have to do when you sit down in front of your platform is to determine which zone is price currently trying to get to. Think about that. Any market, any time frame, I see price, I see the zone overhead, I see the zone below. Which zone is it trying to get to? Well, I'll show you this. Should make things pretty clear. Okay. When price is above this green line, that's a bullish cross. See over here, price is below the green line. So if we back it up, I can show you the bearish cross. Right there. Okay. It's at that point the narrative changes. Over here, this was this past Sunday night, 3 nights ago, we gapped higher on the open. We're above the BBC. We anticipate higher prices. How much higher? Well, there's a weekly trading zone overhead. Works like a magnet. Okay. Now, when price rallies up to that zone and cannot get through it, if you've ever played one of the Mario Brothers video games, you know the little guy is always walking, dee-dee-dee, dee-dee-dee, and when he gets to a doorway, he rattles the knob, and you got to move all those buttons with your thumbs, and he'll rattle and rattle, and if he can't get through the door, what does he do? He heads in the other direction. So when we cross back below our green line, the BBC, well, now we know little Mario's trying to get to the zone below. That seems pretty simple. It is. It is. We've been taught that trading is this horribly complicated and expensive endeavor, and it can be, but it doesn't have to be. Okay? So price gets below the green line, and just like we anticipate, it goes down to the zone. Okay, gets down to the zone, and when it can't get through that zone, just like up here, see how price to the tick went up to that zone, could not get through it, reversed course, came all the way back to this zone, couldn't get through it, began the march north again. When it got to the BBC, the green line, it couldn't get through it. Remember that price behaves around this green line often the very same way it behaves around a zone. Okay? Price has, it's an important price, an important area, so price has to make a decision. Now the decision is based upon this. Try that again. It opened on another screen. My error. Okay. See, here we're climbing. When we can't get any higher, we head lower. When we can't get any lower, we head higher. So here we can't get any lower, so we reverse course, hit the BBC, can't get any higher. Come back to the zone, back to that indicator. Now, this gets a little bit tricky, but, and I know it's difficult when you're just first getting started and you don't have the level of faith in the definable edge that those of us who've been using these tools for many years, we have a level of faith that it will take time for you to acquire. So I'll tell you this, you can jot it down in a couple of years from now or a couple months, you can look at it and go, dang, he was right. You see, on this chart, when price pulls back to the BBC, it holds more often than it doesn't. That's what I said. Price pulled back and it held. Price always reverts to the mean. And for us, the mean is simply the 30-minute BBC. So price reverts to the mean. It's still on that journey trying to get, remember, price is always trying to get to a zone below or a zone above. If it's below the green line, the BBC, then you know it's trying to get to the zone below. And when it's above, you know it's trying to get to the zone above. Okay. So you get a leg and a retracement right back to the BBC, and a leg and a retracement, and a leg and a leg and a leg. Gets to the zone this time, can't get any further. Where does it go? Huh. Right back to the BBC. Right back to the zone. Back up to the BBC. You see how that works? Leg, retrace. Leg, retrace. Leg, retrace. Now, we're pinched up here between price and a weekly trading zone. So what's going to happen? You tell me. Here, price is trying to get to the zone below, but it can't. The reason it can't is because of these people, buyers and sellers. Okay. This is where the narrative changed today, this morning, or last night, I'm sorry, at 1800 hours, 6 p.m. Eastern. We were below the BBC, we were below the weekly trading zone. Had this trend continued, we would have meandered our way down to the zone below, but we had some news. Iran. It's turned the market up. Look where we went. Overshot. The next zone overhead. 64.80. 61.20. So from where we are, let's see, we've got 62.75. Then we've got 64.75. And then we've got 65.75. All right, 65, 75/80. So let me slide this up to 80. And okay, so price made it through this zone, couldn't make it through this zone, sent it back to the BBC. Now, it was able to get through the weekly trading zone. We consolidated at the BBC, but this one red candle right here, Remember I told you the narrative changed on this candle? Since it's higher, the narrative changes here. This red candle closing below the BBC says, hey, look for lower prices, not higher prices. The narrative has changed. When we get the bearish cross where red gets below the groove, when the red gets below the green, as opposed to the blue getting above the green, that's where narratives change. And so where do we go? We go right down to the weekly trading zone, and then we consolidate for 1, 2, 3 hours. Price, because of the order flow, buyers and sellers, because there's more sellers than there are buyers at this point. Price consolidates and then makes a beeline for the zone below, bounces. We anticipate that. Back down. Come on. There we go. To here. All the way to here. Now, price always reverts to the mean. You see it here. You see it here. You see it here. You see it here. Okay. On the way down, this has been such a strong move, so much momentum. Price has not once in this move reverted to the mean, but it will. In fact, it just might do it on this candle right here. What's the difference? Okay, this little black line, it's called the step line. Whenever the market hands you an extended move, and an extended move simply means that it's a larger move than the average swing for the market you're observing in the time frame that you're observing. Okay, so once we are officially into an extended move, we're going to watch this step line very closely. Let me open it up. What we're looking for is for the step line, because this is a short trade, we're looking for the step line to get on the right side of red and falling. It's called the CFMA1, that's the clinical term, but we call it red and falling or blue and climbing, because that explains what it is. Okay. All right. Now, when the step line, you'll notice how the step line works. It steps down, steps over, steps down, steps over, steps down, steps over, steps down, steps over. Pretty simple, right? Look what happened right here. We stepped over, we stepped down, but we didn't really, there wasn't much of a step down. Look at these step downs, right? We step over and then we step over again. Something's up. Okay. Well, fair enough. What's up? If this candle closes above this step line, I'll make note of that price and I will exit the trade at that price. We have 15 minutes left in the life of this candle. Okay. A lot can happen in 15 minutes. Price could just sit still right here, and we would have a closing price on that candle of 59.88, that would be where we take profit. Because price has already crossed over. Now, based off the core methodology you learn in the training room, what you're waiting for is once the step line crosses over, you're looking for the first green candle that closes above. Now up here you'll notice a green candle closed above the step line, but the step line had not yet first crossed over. It has to happen that way in that order. Crossover. See, on this crossover, we didn't close above it. But on this candle, looks for all the world like this could be the exit signal. If in fact it is, the next high probability move would be a reversal of fortune. Price would come up to the BBC, and the highest probability move at that point is that it finds good resistance right here. And okay. All right. Well, that's the story of the weekly trading zones, how they work, how they provide a framework for everything that you do. Now, Michael in the live training room, he does a great job of teaching you the core methodology. He uses the range chart, so you get to see a lot of trade setups every single session. He doesn't go into the multiple time frame aspect because of the element of time. We want you to see as many setups and executions and trade managements as possible during the 2 hours that the room is open. Once you decide that you want to become a member of the CFRN family, you want to become a partner, you want to become a passport holder, then you and I will spend time in one-on-one mentoring sessions, because as a partner, that's what you get, along with everything else, is you get unlimited one-on-one mentoring. You just go to the mentoring page on our website, you find a day and a time compatible with your schedule, book it, and I'll be there. We'll be in a go-to meeting environment, just like you see this chart here, but it'll, instead of it being a room full of people, it'll be just you and I. And instead of typing in our questions and answers, we'll just turn on the speaker and you and I can talk to each other. Okay? Saves on the fingers. Now, if we rally back up here, if we get an exit signal, we rally back up, well, then what? Okay, good question. All right. So this is what's going to happen. Price is going to consolidate at this zone, or it's going to rally up to the BBC, find good resistance, give us another leg to the downside, or it's going to rally up, get through it, close on the other side. That opens the door for a move to the upside. Okay. Now, where might that move take us? I'll show you. Okay. Take my Fibonacci retracement tool. Oh, I have more good news. You don't need to buy the $20,000 software available out there to utilize fibs in your trading. All good platforms come with a built-in Fibonacci tool. And while some of the functions are not automated, I promise you, a 30-minute mentoring session with me and an explanation of how to truly use these tools, you'll save, you'll save 20 grand. So, all right. So from this swing high to this swing low, the VBC right now is between the 24% Fibonacci retracement and 38. Do I think this market has another leg in it to the downside? I do. I'd like to be entering this trade if we pull back up and hold, and we start to print a red candle. The first thing I want to do is I want to be short about 60.85 down to 60.60. It's 15 points, $150 per contract move. Crude oil pays $10 a tick. Okay, that's per contract. All right, now last night on the Concierge Trade Alert, pretty sure we already covered that one, but we'll just take another peek at it. Okay. Come on. Get to the Concierge Trade Alerts from last night. Oh. Okay. So last night on crude oil, we said to consider being short 63.10. Yeah, we did cover this. $63. $10. Okay. Now, last night the alerts did not go out until 1:15. So that was right about here. Okay. So it's going to be right in this area right here. All right. Here, let me get rid of these for now. Just make this task a little bit simpler. $63.10. $63.10. I know I've already watched through this. Down to $59.10. That's going to be 4 points. $4,000 per contract traded. If you've earned the right to trade 10 contracts. This is a $40,000 move. I'm letting that sink in. Some people in America don't make $40,000 a year. There's households in America that don't make $40,000 a year. How could I be so bold as to tell you that there are traders in the world today who've earned the right to trade 10 contracts and pulling off a $20,000, $30,000, $40,000 trade out of here? It's just another day at the office. I'm not saying it's easy. It's not. The reason it's not easy is because we won't let it be easy, honestly. Because we want to overthink it. Trading's not easy, but it can be simple. And it will be simple to whatever degree you're able to let go and follow the market. I'll never, if you ever see me publish something or say something that seems outlandish or impossible, speak up. I could have made a mistake, and I'll be happy to correct it, and I'll thank you for bringing it to my attention. Unlike some of the folks out there that bite your head off and how dare you embarrass me in front of a room full of people. It's kind of like the old booger thing. Sorry, but would you rather be embarrassed for like a minute while you clean your schnoz, or would you rather walk around like that all day? So, I mess up, tell me. I'll straighten it out. And potentially be able to explain to you why I made the mistake. Think about this, okay? This came together. Well, we had the bearish cross. There's a confirmation. About 1:30 this morning. Call it 1:30 a.m. Eastern. You had received this alert a scant 15 minutes earlier. Spring into action because, hey, this is what you do. You put on the trade, and down we go. Now, right there, not an exit signal. Yes, green candle. Yes, it closed above the step line, but the step line had not crossed over red and falling. Okay, Okay. Is there anything about any of that that anyone doesn't understand? More than happy to try to explain it to you. I know that I err sometimes on over-explaining. You feel like your head's going to explode. I apologize. If it happens, though, please clean up the mess. Okay. No, seriously. All right. I'm showing you this on Crude. I could be showing it to you on the Dow, on the S&P, the Russell, the NQ, pork bellies, because we trade every market exactly the same. No exceptions. No exceptions. The only difference between what you see in the live training room and what you see on this radio program is the time frame involved. That's it. And of course, because it's a larger time frame, it will require more risk or a larger stop loss. Once you cross over from being a mechanical methodology trader into being a discretionary trader, that's when you embrace more risk. That's when you open the door to earning more money. Okay? You still don't have to swing for the fences. You still don't have to try to make everything a home run. But if you know you're on the right side of the market and it's a perfectly good trade, now, even if you aren't a paratrooper, have no paratrooper training, if the pilot says, hey guys, I think the plane's going down, probably better grab a chute and jump. Well, even without any training, you'd probably grab a chute and jump. Hopefully you hold yourself together long enough or there's somebody there to help you, to get you into the thing and then kick you out and yell, pull the cord. Right? Always pull the cord. But why is it that we as traders, and we all struggle with this, or at least we did in the beginning, if you're on the wrong side of a trade, but you're certain, you just know in your heart that that trade you put on to go long at this price or to go short at, you're just so certain that it's right, even though every candle, the last 10 candles tell you you're wrong, or I don't like the terms right and wrong, but that your narrative does not support your trade any longer. You have to get out. You have to get out. I'm not going to make you wear a t-shirt that says I got stopped out. We don't believe in stop shaming. Okay? There's a lot to learn, but in order to become consistently profitable, you don't have to learn it all today. We're going to teach you a little bit at a time. Okay? Our main objective is for you to be able to become consistently profitable in the simulator, even if it's only with one contract, as it should be in the beginning, as you gain experience and confidence. But before long, you've earned the right to trade 10. You put on a trade for 10 contracts. Guess what you take home for the day? Right. Over and over and over and over. Never gets easy. But the more you allow it, the more you allow the system put before you, where all the answers have been researched and all the questions have been asked, the answers have been discovered. Just do what the market does. My point is that was a failed exit signal because the step line hasn't crossed over here. And so there's an exit signal right there. All right, we've covered the S&P. That baby's still climbing. Let's go to that daily for a second. Look at there. New all-time historic highs. S&P, Dow. The number on the Dow to be long was 28,415. It's way down here. 28,415. Okay, 415 to 515 to 615 to 715 to 815. 415. Is that the number? Yeah. 28,415. From 28,415. 515, 615, 715, 815. That's 400 Dow points. The Dow pays $5 a point. This move that you're looking at right here, right now, was worth $20,000. $100, $200, $300, $400. Now, 400 points, $5 a point. You can do the math. Alexa, 400 times 5.
400 times 5 is 2,000.
Alexa, 2,000 times 10.
2,000 times 10 is 20,000.
Thank you.
You bet. Happy Wednesday.
Hey, happy Wednesday to you. If you've earned the right to trade 10 contracts, and if you want to, you can. It's that simple. You can say it'd be easy, but it can be simple. Imagine, I mean, how surreal is it that you would come home from work at the end of the day, and the wife or the husband, women make very good traders, by the way, something about their analytical way of thinking. Well, how was work today, honey? It was all right. Really? Well, how'd it go? Oh, you know, I was short crude a little while, and then I told the guys to get long the Dow. Oh. Could you put a price tag on it? Oh, Mama wants to know when we can go on vacation again. Are you following me? This isn't pie in the sky. This isn't that garbage, that stuff that you find on the internet in those endless forums where everybody's moaning and groaning and backstabbing one another and calling this one out for that reason. You know, you'll notice on this show, we don't do that. Okay. We know that there's a lot of folks out there that, you know, maybe don't have your best interest at heart. Maybe they covet your money more than you do. Oh, we don't call them out by name. We don't have to. We don't have to, because chances are you've already done business with some of them. So when I talk about a specific way that a specific parlor trick is pulled off, you're nodding your head going, yeah, they got me. You know exactly who I'm talking about. But, and it's a shame. It really is. It really is a shame. Because they too could just learn how markets work. And they could just do what we do. Teach people how to trade. We're not that smart. I mean, I should speak for myself. Michael's very smart. Neither one of us is that tall. You know, they say I'm pretty good looking, but I'm just teasing. I'm an old guy, and I look like one. But hey, what do you want to do the rest of your life? I mean, come on. Let's pull off the gloves. What do you want to do? You want to work for the man? You can do that. But if you're going to work for the man, then just be happy about it. Be joyous. Remember the good word for the day the other day? Don't let the enemy steal your joy. Because if he can steal your joy, hey, his work's done. He can move on down the street. Because if he's able to take your joy, you'll self-destruct in no time, practically. What is keeping you away? What is preventing you from becoming, from being a consistently profitable trader? Now, if you've taken our free trial, I probably should have told you ahead of time. So maybe I tricked you. If you've taken our free trial, we've taken away most of the typical complaints that traders have. Once you've been exposed to us and what we do and how we teach it, you can't use a lot of those excuses anymore, because they don't fly. That dog won't hunt kind of thing. I mean, in the beginning, when you're just getting started, we give you the entry price. We give you the exit price. We do everything short of coming over to your house and pulling the trigger for you, and we're not going to do that. Okay. So you owe it to yourself. If you've been at this, now if this is just a passing fancy, you know, you got the day off and you're just looking at this thing called trading in the markets, and, you know, hey, file us away, put us in your Rolodex, come back and visit in 2, 3, 5 years, whenever you're ready, you know, whenever it seems to be the right time for you. If you want to have a career that doesn't require you to work around the clock, 18-hour shifts, 6 days a week kind of stuff, if that's what you want, and if you'd like to be able to, you know, work from any place in the world with a fast internet connection, you can have that. Everything's been put together. All the questions have been asked and answered. But Michael and I enjoy the look on folks' face when they go from being a starving trader, kind of like a starving artist, to a productive, consistently profitable trader. Hey, I don't pull your leg. We make good money, okay? We make good money, all right? As teachers. We make good money as traders. I'm writing a book. We have a radio show with a few commercials. And we do some advertising in other places. So we're doing okay. We'd like you to do okay. Because guess what? If you do okay, we make a little more money. You know, there's nothing wrong with that. Ministry cost money. When Jesus fed those 5,000, Jesus and the disciples, they're out there by the mount. They preach. And the people get hungry. Everybody realizes, oh, it's too late for a store run. It's getting dark. There were bad guys. There was robbers, you know, road barons or road bad guys that would mug you late at night and steal your stuff. They were kind of in a jam. And somebody asked Jesus' mother, I'm sorry, that's the miracle of the wine at the wedding, but the same principle. He provided. How do you do that? Read the book. Read it. If you know, I don't mean just read it. I mean, read it. Study it. Get to know it. Develop a relationship with the Holy Spirit. The one who will come and live inside of you if you invite. Counselor, so many things. The name of my book due out this spring, Trading in the Spirit. Now, I was raised in a Pentecostal holiness church I believe in the gifts of the Spirit. The title of the book is not to... We're not going to be doing backflips down the aisles, as they did in the church I grew up in. Trading in the Spirit means something different to me. By the time you finish the book, you'll understand what that something different is. And I do hope you enjoy it. 50% of the proceeds will go to New Hope Orphanage, which includes Aggie's baby home. So come on down. If you're on the trial, get your money's worth out of the trial, okay? I know it's free. Get your money's worth anyway. Make sure you follow the alerts. I don't understand them. Well, then ask. If you're on the trial, make sure you use the indicators. I already got indicators. Okay. Then why are you taking this trial? Well, because, you know, maybe I haven't done as well as I want to do. Okay. So what you're telling me is you got a set of tools, and the tools you have are not enabling you to be consistently profitable. So for a week, try our tools and let me try to help you become consistently profitable. Nah, I don't think so. Huh? Say what? It doesn't even faze me anymore. I feel sorry for people that just... I know that changing platforms, it's like a major life event, and getting new indicators, major life event. It just takes some time to get used to something new and something different. But we've made it as simple as we know how. We've made it incredibly affordable based upon the internet standard that all these, you know, what these other places charge. So, ball's in your court. If we can be of help, you know how to reach us, 949-42-EMINI. That's 949-423-6464. Hold on one moment, I'll be right back, and we'll wrap this show up for today. All right, guys. Life's calling. I got to get up. I got to get out. So, you're on this trial. You got 2 days left. Make it count. If you haven't booked a one-on-one mentoring session, you should. If you don't know where the web page is on the website, get a hold of Valerie, 949-42-EMINI. Okay, book a session. Ask the questions you've always wanted to ask, but you're always afraid that whoever you ask is going to bite your head off and not give you the right answer or an acceptable answer. So, I'm here to help. Got a mentoring session coming up right now. Matter of fact, about 15 minutes. 10 minutes. Ooh, I better hurry. All right, we're going to close out as we do each and every day with our good word for the day. Understanding each other's gifts. Okay? Now, my disappearing mouse, here it is. Yesterday, we talked about understanding each other's gifts. This is a multi-part series. So we're going to kind of pick up where we left off yesterday, part 2. The scripture, Romans 12:6, God has given us different gifts. But you know that, right? In His grace, God has given us different gifts for doing certain things well. So if God has given you the ability to prophesy, speak out as much faith as God has given you. In ministry, like any other field, we need to understand the individual process that comes with each person's gifting. Karen Williams, president of Strategic Media Solutions, writes, a ministry is composed of several gifted individuals led by a common vision that God birthed in its leader. The individuals can be typically grouped into 3 categories. Now, we talked about this, right? If you weren't here yesterday, do this. Watch yesterday's show. Karen continues to function successfully as a team. Each person needs to be trained in understanding how the others function. That's really the key here. Proverbs 29:18 says, where there is no vision, the people perish. It's the only way they'll be able to communicate, as they all speak completely different languages because they're all gifted in different areas. That's the different language I'm talking about. The visionary has to become the cheerleader, holding the vision out before the people over the entire lifetime of the implementation stage, so they can remember what they're doing and why they're doing what they do. They have to understand that the process person and the task person have different measures for their own success, and they must acknowledge progress and milestones with praise and celebration. The process person has to be able to encourage the visionary that through the processes their vision will be accomplished. And they also have to encourage the task person that each and every task is imperative to the success of the person that completed the vision, and that performing tasks according to the defined processes is critical for success. Does that make sense? Does it? This is important. Now, the process person and the task person must realize that the visionary needs encouragement via responses that demonstrate their support for the vision. The visionary can't lead without this understanding. The process person can't serve or lead without this understanding. The task person can't serve without this understanding. These are different measurables for each person, allowing them to consider themselves a success in his or her particular role. And of course, the key is placing the right gift in the right role, communicating its value to the entire team, and constantly supporting it privately and publicly. This is why Paul wrote to his team in Philippians 1:3, every time I think of you, I give thanks to God. And why it sounds corny as all get out, I'm going to say it anyway. I think of each and every one of you as God's gift to me. You keep me on my toes. You keep me sharp. You help me maintain my integrity. You do a lot for me. That's why I try so diligently to do for you what you need. That's our good word for the day. Thank you so much for tuning in. Whoever you are, wherever you are, may God continue to richly bless you with His mercy and with His grace. And I'll see you at the bell. Sorry for the bumpy ride there.
Remember this, there is no greater return on investment than to see a human life changed and given hope. As always, pray hard and trade safe. Any financial information discussed on this show is simply the opinion of our host, Dwayne Reeves, his co-hosts, and guests. To learn more about trading Emini Futures or to take a 1-week free trial in our live trading room, call 1-866-928-3310. 866-928-3310. Information discussed on this radio program should not be construed as a recommendation to buy or sell any security. Always do your own due diligence and consult with a licensed securities broker or financial planner before making any investment decision.